Hey everyone, so welcome to stream. Hope you're doing well. We're back with some more Let's Go. So, I'll give you guys a bit of a recap if you haven't been watching, but yeah. So, we've been shiny hunting for Kadabra these past few days. Haven't really had a whole lot of luck. Things have been really bad in that regard, unfortunately. Just had like 3 days of nothing happening, and I've had some shinies pop up, but not my target shiny at all. So, I don't know. We're actually at the point where this is the last time I'm going to bother attempting this before I try again later. I've actually shiny hunted a lot in this game. I don't think I've done very much of it on stream, though. But here we are. I wanted to share me doing one of my shiny hunts after hadn't been doing them on here properly. Unfortunately, things have not really taken a turn for the better. So, yeah. Give me a second or two. I'm a little bit tired. I started a little later than I wanted to. Was waiting on food, not really a big deal, just had some things delay me. I did start a little bit earlier. So for right now, our plan is going to be go on for 4 hours, and then after that passes, if we don't have our shiny, I'm going to stop, because I don't want to do this right now. I've been going through a lot. I played quite a large amount, like, over the last week or so, and I played Sword and Shield for a while, too, and got, like, a bunch of shinies I wanted in that game, and now doing this, even though I'm used to handling some of these problems, like, this is getting a little bit much. It's taken me longer than I'm comfortable with, because I had to keep logging on and doing this stuff, and normally when I do this, I do, like, it all off-stream, and I do, like, 3 hours, then, say, another 3 to 4 hours, like, after I've rested, and then after I charge my Switch up to get it back in, like, a battery life, I usually have enough time to rest in that time and try again for like another 3 hours before I just give up for that day, and that's like usually pretty long all on its own. Like, I usually spend a good 12-ish hours on some of these hunts, depending just how well things go, and it's not something I like. It's a little on the annoying side, but this one is really pushing it, because I've been trying to avoid streaming more than once per day if I don't have to, and I have stuck to that up until now, but I just don't feel like I want to be sitting here waiting a lot longer. I'd like to get the shiny too, and I'm not really interested in pushing this into 5 days right now, so hopefully something happens today. If it doesn't, I don't know. I have other stuff I want to do stream-wise, so me sitting here and waiting on this is just kind of wasting away other time I could be using on other games, and I'm more than happy to share my experiences with you guys, but right now is maybe not the best time now that I think about this. Like, I genuinely didn't think this would turn into 4 days of hunting, and planning to get a few different target Pokemon, but I also didn't expect I'd be stuck waiting like this the way I am, so here we are. If I had realized we would have only really targeted Kadabra, and regardless of what happens after we get him, I may just be done tonight after that, unless it's like a really fast shiny, which I would hope the game's willing to give me the shiny already, but I'm not getting my hopes up. After several days of nothing happening, I don't expect that this 4 hours is going to be any different from the last few sessions I've been doing. We can only hope. I don't normally, like, measure all the hours that I do of my shiny hunts, but most of the time it doesn't bother me as much, because I can, like, boot the game up and I feel like I can just go back into it quicker, and I'm not streaming my stuff, so I just get more time done. But since I've been sticking to this purely on stream, it's been less hours spent, but more days where I've had to keep the game open so I could like stream it once a day and keep attempting. First day was just a small 3 hours. Second day was like 5 hours. I think yesterday ended up being very close to 5 hours, even though I didn't intend it. And then I spent another 3 hours today, so total all that up, it's like 16 hours already. And now on top of that, we're about to be doing 4 more for like roughly 20 hours, so this is kind of overstayed its welcome at this point. We'll try again if we don't get it. I'll just put it like that, and I'm not going to be completely upset if I don't get my shiny. It'll suck, but I'm not really in the mood to waste any more time for Pokemon. I don't know, it's just like, it wouldn't bother me so much, but this is at a really not opportune time. Like I said, I thought this would go a little bit quicker, and I had been doing like a lot of shiny hunting and Sword and Shield, so I wanted to get back on my shiny living dex and Let's Go, and I've been doing some stuff, and it went over better while I was collecting some of my other targets. I was expecting this to be similar to that, honestly. Thought we'd be done relatively quickly, but nope. Guess not. Excuse me, my stomach's not feeling amazing, and I'm a little bit on the tired side, I think, so if my commentary isn't perfect, then forgive me. I'm probably not feeling 100% great. Had some food that may have messed with my stomach a little bit. Got some takeout, and it was like spicier food, so I think it may have bothered me just a little bit. I like the food, but it messes with me sometimes. Anyway, where was I? I got distracted. Oh, we were talking about the shiny thing. But yeah, so I've talked about this a little bit before, but I got Animal Crossing recently, and I wanted to play it, and the goal was going to be to play it when I got some free time. I also had tempted to want to like schedule some Smash like a day or two after I originally started this, because I was expecting it wouldn't take super long to get my Kadabra, and here we are still waiting. I also have like 2 games that I'm playing and have not finished, so this is actively taking time away from games that I would like to be beating right now, so I'm not exactly happy about that. This is supposed to be more of a side project. I just told myself that I'd probably go after my shiny living dex and Let's Go this year, and I've already got like a majority of it finished in my spare time. So I wanted to stream some of it and share some of my experience with you guys after I did Sword and Shield shiny hunting. I just hope future hunts don't end up like this. Had enough time wasted dealing with stuff in Sword and Shield. I don't think I even have that much like left over. I was like counting shiny targets, and I looked at the list of all the stuff I've already collected. I've collected like a good 100 or more unique shinies. Some of the ones that are duplicates are just so they'll fill out evolutions that I haven't like immediately got. Like I've got enough for Tata. I think I've got Eradicate already. I've got like, let's see if I can think here for a second. I've got 2 Vulpix, or actually several really. 2 Alolan Vulpix as well though, but like bunch of Vulpix. I can pick one of those to turn into a Ninetales. I've got, let's see if I can think of one. I've got 2 Poliwag, which may end up becoming the evolutions, because I might just get another Poliwag because they're easy to come by. Let's see, what else is there that I can remember? I have 2 Bellsprouts and a Weepinbell, that kind of thing. So I'm like, I've got a lot of them in their earlier stages ready to evolve at any point, and sooner or later I'll probably do a stream where I just evolve these Pokemon and get them up into their middle and final stages. Not all of them in their final stages, because some of them, it's a shiny living deck, so some of them will just stay middle evolution. I was surprised to like look and see that I hadn't done like that many shiny hunts on the streams. I thought I did a few at least in this game. I guess not. Only one I found when I looked was that I did a shiny Ditto hunt, and that was like well over a year ago. I remember I also went after a shiny Squirtle for a little bit, but I didn't really try it very long. So before I was like really too experienced in the shiny hunting in the games, like I just kind of messed around a little bit and then didn't really keep trying. I think I just did an ordinary part of it. I don't remember which one. I remember a Pidgey spawned, but I think I was like too slow to catch it. Let's see. I remember. Oh, there is one that I didn't shiny hunt it on stream because I didn't really want to sit down and waste time soft resetting. It wasn't really a big deal, but I was hunting Mewtwo. I remember specifically before I was like coming on one day that I actually was sitting down on my Switch, like continually soft resetting the game, trying to get Mewtwo to appear shiny on my game. I'd already had the shiny charm, so I was able to hunt it, and after about 4 hours it showed up. I kind of wish I'd bothered to shiny hunt it, but I mean, I don't really think it would have been a big deal either way. This would have been nice to show me actually getting into the encounter with it while it was shiny, but either way, it was still hype, especially when I got into the battle and then saw the shiny and actually got into the fight with it. I was like extremely excited. I thought about like starting the stream as soon as I had started battling it, but I just wasn't really ready to risk it because it was like 5 minutes of battle time, and by any seconds I'd wasted would have been very crucial to beating it. So yeah, made sure I stocked up on plenty of Pokeballs, and I even caught it on stream. That was fun. I think I still have it in my inventory too. I remember when I caught it, but I don't remember what day exactly. I just remember, I think it was like in December or something actually. This Mewtwo is my shiny. Yep. I caught him on the 4th of December apparently. So he's one of my older ones. I think that was like my 10th shiny I'd got or something. Oh, actually, I remember a lot of my memories of like some of the stuff I done on the stream. Not all of them, but I'm pretty sure when I was streaming and collecting the whole Pokédex, I remember going after that Poliwag, and then shiny Spearow popped up while I wasn't even trying to get a shiny, just wanted to get my dex filled out. That was like a really crazy hype moment. It was just a random shiny with no combo or no charm or anything. It wasn't built up for just... I may have had a Luron if that was like the only thing that would have added towards it, because I didn't have anything set up to build for it. It just popped up out of nowhere. I was excited when I saw it though. I remember when I first saw this game, I was like really excited and I thought it looked really good, and I was interested in playing it. I didn't realize like shortly after that I would get obsessed with the shiny hunting and go after shiny living dex. It's been both a pleasant experience and an unpleasant experience. Getting some of these shinies has been really fun. Some of this has been really unfun though, and I've got to say that overall I'd say there's been more good moments than there have been bad moments. I wish I could have shared more of them with you guys. It really has been insane going through all this stuff. I only have my stories because I didn't stream or even record most of my shiny hunts, but they all were something to me. The ones that took the longest are the ones I remember the most, I think. Those were always not the best in terms of how fun they were, which this Kadabra has like worked its way into that kind of category, even though I wish it hadn't. This is going to be one I'm going to remember as being an absolutely dreadful shiny hunt. No luck after spending a good 15 plus hours on this hunt is like kind of ridiculous. The thing that really bothers me about this, and it's not like it's a terrible thing, but I hate giving up on shiny hunts. And when I say hate giving up, I mean really hate giving up on shiny hunts. So even though I wouldn't be doing it permanently, it bothers me that I might not be able to get this Kadabra by the end of today. Like, I really want this after wasting 4 days on this hunt. I spent so much time going after it, and I need it for my shiny living decks. I'll still move on with my life because I want to play my other games, and I can clear up more free time and have a better schedule for this stuff later, but like, man, I did not realize that I was setting myself up for this before. My other shiny hunt I did on the stream was significantly better in the regard that I actually got all the stuff I wanted, like, a lot. Or I got the thing I wanted, like, a lot easier. It took me a little while to get my Ditto, but I mean, I got it within not too long. It took a while because I had to get my catch rate up to where it was easier, but after I got by the problem of Ditto running away from me, things kind of sped up significantly, and I just kind of zipped all the way to the point where I had my patch combo at a satisfying point and was able to get the Ditto relatively easily. So I don't know. And I had my other shinies that same day without too much trouble. That's the only one I can remember really streaming and like intentionally aiming at a shiny, at least out of this game. Even though I've had like some bad memories of this though, I'm still gonna remember this game as like really good, honestly. It's brought me a lot of good memories, and it really got me into shiny hunting more so than any other Pokemon game. Like, this game is really hyped to hunt shinies in. There's something about being able to see the shiny on the overworld and noticing when your shiny is like right there in front of you. That's there's not a feeling quite like it. It's always really neat to bump into a shiny Pokemon, and I've only had it happen a handful of times before this, and I didn't really know what to make of it back then when I was younger. Like, I was still excited about some of those shiny encounters, but I wasn't really used to it, I guess. Now I kind of know what they are, and I've gotten much more happy when I see it happen, especially because I know it takes a lot of time. I didn't know anything about shiny hunting either. Like, pretty much every shiny I had before I played Let's Go, as far as I can remember, is a coincidence. From me getting a shiny Starly on, like, early on in my Diamond and Pearl save file, me getting a Tentacruel that I ended up running from and not wanting to waste my Master Ball on. And the Rayquaza thing, I really am upset about that. That's whatever. It was kind of crazy to me that I'm pretty sure I bumped into a shiny Rayquaza and didn't realize it. That's something I wish I could just change. That's something I regret, is that I didn't realize what a shiny was back then in 3rd gen, and I ended up resetting the game over that thing, and my game was glitched. I'm surprised I never connected the dots at that sooner when I was younger. I know I played Gen 2 and I liked Gen 2. So I remember Red Gyarados being like a thing in the story, and I guess I didn't really think about Red Gyarados as a shiny. I didn't even know whether it was a shiny. I guess I just assumed that a Red Gyarados is like a special Pokemon, and technically I wasn't wrong. You know, it'd be nice if there's like a way to get like a 3B shiny like every gen, just like one shiny you could get guaranteed. I know they did that in Gen 2, obviously, and when they remade it for Gen 4, like Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Red Gyarados is available again. That was like something that was always really nice that Game Freak did. Also, in Gen 5, I don't think I ever got it, but I'm pretty sure I remember reading about, excuse me. Pretty sure I remember in like Gen 5 you could get like a shiny Haxorus for completing your decks or something along those lines. I never really went through with that. I remember I just kind of played the story and then stopped playing it, but that would have been a hell of a memory if I actually ended up getting it, and that was a pretty nice reward for going through the entirety of the story. Not the entirety of the story, in the entirety of the Pokédex, I should say. I think I recall reading about where there was like a story event in one of the games where you could go through and get to like a shiny Dratini. That was something I remember reading about. Am I okay? What? Why are you asking that? I'm fine. Where was I anyway? Oh yeah, there was a shiny Dratini. I think there's something to learn about this on like Cerebi, which mentions like all these freebie shinies that are available in the series, which I don't know if any of them are limited. As far as I remember, I don't think so though. Definitely Gyarados wasn't, because Gyarados was like a big story event. And I'm pretty sure there wouldn't be a limit put on Haxorus, considering it was like a completion bonus for getting all of your Pokédex filled out. That reminds me, I don't think I've really... I've looked at quite a few different shiny Pokemon just out of curiosity for what they look like, and most of mine come from getting them in Let's Go, but also ones I've collected in Sword and Shield. Outside of that, I haven't really gotten many from other gens. I don't think I've seen, like, even though the ones I've looked up, I don't even think I've seen, like, most of the Gen 5 Pokemon shinies. The virus, I mean, I guess, but I'm not really sick just because the virus is going around. I'm okay. I'm a little bit, feeling a little bit queasy because of my stomach, but that's because I think I ate something that didn't really settle with my stomach too well. That's more why I'm feeling like that. I'm not really feeling upset in that area. I will say that I think this virus has caused me to feel a little bit depressed and lonely because I can't really get out as much, and it's weird to say that, but I don't get out normally too much anyway, but I was wanting to get out and do more this year, and now this virus has like stopped that from actually being a thing. Now it's like I have to really plan a lot of my stuff ahead when I'm planning to go out so I can get out at convenient times. Thanks, I guess. I mean, try my best to make my streams enjoyable. It's not always easy. Especially, there's a lot of days where I'll just feel like I don't want to get out of bed and stream at all. I just don't feel like I've got any motivation to stream, and then when I start streaming after a while, I actually start feeling much better and much more glad that I actually did stream. The only thing I can say that's like really upsetting me right now, though, even though it's weird to say, is like I think more than anything, I'm just upset because the fact that I want to play other games, but I want my shiny here, so I don't really want to kill my... Oops, I had the wrong thing. Give me a second. I need to fix this. I almost opened up something I wasn't trying to on my computer. Okay, I think we're good now. But yeah, like I was saying, I want my shiny in this right now, but I don't want to kill my catch combo either, and it's leaving me a little conflicted, but I've been doing this like 4 days in a row now without any results, and if I turn the game off, then this catch combo that I've built up is just going to be gone. But right now, I'm at the point where I'm like completely just fed up with this entire shiny hunt. I've been going at this for way too long, and if I don't get it by tonight, I'm gonna stop and do another game tomorrow. I've been wanting to play other stuff anyway, so I've played Pokemon like for like a few months, it feels like, and I've been playing it a lot to do shiny hunting, and I'm ready to take a break from it before I commit to more of this, I think. Well, I mean, I've got one target that I'm specifically after right now, but in my title, I'm technically trying to get 3 Pokemon, which probably isn't going to happen considering how things have gone right now, so more than likely the answer is we might get 1 if we're lucky tonight, and I've been hunting after Kadabra for like 4 days now, which has not been fun. It's been very, very slow and miserable right now. I've been trying to get this thing to pop up. Nothing has happened so far. Heck, for like the past 2 days, I think, I didn't have like practically any shinies show up, and I think the first day I had a Pidgeotto show up, then the next day there was nothing, the day after there was still nothing, and I tried messing around after a little bit and reading up on some stuff to like try fixing things. Like I read that if you switch routes, you might actually refresh your shiny chances on a route. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but after like messing around a little bit, started seeing some shinies again, because earlier I was streaming in the morning and I streamed and I saw like a shiny, what was it? Pidgey popped up on screen and ignored that because I wasn't interested, and there was also a shiny Porygon. Both of those were ignored though because I wasn't really looking to get either of those. I mean, like I said, it is in the title, but I can say it anyway. I'm trying to get an Abra as well as a Kadabra, and after that I intend to go to Lavender Town and get either Haunter or Gastly. It doesn't really matter which one because I only need one of them right now, and I need to get one for evolving up into a Gengar. Ugh. I think getting the Ghost Pokemon is going to be significantly easier than getting Kadabra is, to be honest. Even though I've got it chained and I'm doing everything right, it's not spawning and shiny, and gosh, I think the fact there's like a bunch of other Pokemon in this area isn't really helping any. Am I tired? I mean, I'd say probably. I've been doing this a lot. I usually don't like to stream with like large amount of hours. I typically keep my streams around like 2 to 3 hours, but just due to the nature of how shiny hunting is, I have to put these streams with a little bit extra time compared to normal shiny hunts. So when I started this on the first day, I'd spent like, I don't know, I want to say, I think it was 3 hours, yeah, 3 hours chaining Kadabra and getting it all the way to 100 caught, and then after I did that, I was waiting until like the 3rd hour to get to the point where I was like ready to stop for the day. Then I came back on the next day and spent like 5 hours just resetting all the spawns, trying to get something to happen, to no avail. Same thing basically happened yesterday, which is not great. Typically, in my experience, usually these hunts last like a day or 2 at absolute longest, and the only difference is that most of the time I'm doing this on my own, and I can like go for longer because I'm not streaming, and I can just keep putting it back on once my Switch has had time to charge, so attempt it for like 10 to 12 hours depending if I've got the energy, but streaming, it's a lot more straining to put up with, so not really too easy. I have to put in a lot more effort for streams. I've only got like, I think normally I'd be a lot further in on a shiny hunt, and right now I'm probably at like close to 16, 17 hours, I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to give an exact number. I'm pretty sure that's pretty close compared to what I've looked right now. Time is it? I mean, I live in like a central standard time zone, I think, and it's about 5:30 where I live. I mean, I was planning to start my stream a lot earlier, but this is actually around the time I normally stream. The difference is that I already streamed once today because I wanted to put in a little bit of extra effort into getting this Kadabra and hopefully getting it to spawn, so started early to get some extra hours in the hunt, and that 3 hours I spent this morning hunting did not help any. All it did was really, well, it did the one thing that helped a little bit, and it's not really a big deal, but I was worried that something was wrong with my shiny luck right now because I was not getting anything to spawn in shiny, which is not a good sign, but considering that I had like 2 shinies pop up in the span of an hour while I was streaming this morning, then I think there's a good chance everything's okay for right now. I don't really know why my shiny chance is being wasted on Pidgey, though, and Porygon, and not the Kadabra that are spawning by like 2 to 3 every time I go out the door. I've probably seen hundreds of Kadabra by now without anything happening. 2332, I'm guessing that's where you live. That's like 1130. Yeah, I see Eradicate, but that's weird. I don't see, oh, now I see the Sparkle. I'm not taking that. I've already got like 1 billion Rattata and Eradicate. I'm gonna leave it. Well, that just answers that my shiny charm is doing its job now, but why? Why won't it spawn the Kadabra and shiny instead? I'm getting tired of seeing all these Pokemon I already have. I don't want the Eradicate. I'm not gonna take it. It looks pretty, but I don't want it. Ugh. This kind of hurts to keep getting duplicate shinies that I don't actually want. Yeah, it's pretty late where you live. Wow. I mean, I tend to stay up later than I should most of the time anyway, so I'm usually up around like 1 a.m. at least, usually. Although I've been getting to the point where I've been going to bed by that time now and not letting myself stay up too late, so it's been getting better, but I've had sleeping issues for a long while now and slowly getting that under control. Ugh. I actually had a little bit of a theory about what's going wrong here, but I have like no way to prove it or no way to actually know if it's true, because all I can do is base it on my prior experiences. But I'm starting to think that Pokemon that have like a lower spawn rate are much less likely to actually show up in shiny. I'm only saying this because I've done like a few shiny hunts where this is like seemed to almost certainly have been the case. Like I had to wait like a good 8 to 12 hours or more on Pinsir, like the entire day, continually trying to collect it. And most of the most of the common shinies I've gone after pop up like really quickly, but Pinsir was slow, even though it didn't span over multiple days. And let's see if I can remember another example really quickly. Pinsir's the big one. I don't know if it applies to the rare spawns, because they usually don't take forever to show up, since there's been a Porygon rare spawns and like the low percent spawns are 2 different categories altogether, because you will, like, no matter what you're chaining here, you'll always see a Porygon on screen, because once you get like 11, it starts spawning the rare spawn for the area, and I think every area in the game has some sort of rare spawn. Most of them, it's just a Chansey, though. Yeah, I had to get, like, medication for, like, having some serious problems with... What's the word I'm looking for? I know the right word, and I keep forgetting what I'm saying. Oh, gosh. Sometimes my mind feels like a total mess. Insomnia, that's it. Yeah, I had insomnia problems where I was, like, able to... Like, I would be able to sleep only a little bit at best. Like, I would, and for a while, it got bad enough that I couldn't sleep at all at night, and I had to go get a prescription medication for that, and it helped. I'm pretty much to the point where I think I'm about out of it, though, so I'm actually have to go get more, because I'm still having sleep troubles, but not as bad as before. But now I'm having problems where I wake up and start ending up with, like, I'll wake up in the middle of the night and then not be able to go back to sleep, and that's not exactly pleasant. Oh no, you're not really annoying me. There's not really always a lot of people in here. There'll be people most of the time, but right now it's kind of quiet. It's been that way today. I don't know if there's anything going on. Another Rattata spawn. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Can I not spawn a Kadabra and shiny? I'm not taking the Rattata. I want Kadabra, please. It's just nice to have conversation going, because it's not always guaranteed to be people in here. Always appreciate company in the chat, unless it's somebody who's acting really poorly. I've had a few people like that in my chat, not very commonly though. Usually those people get dealt with very quickly. Don't really like talking about that too much. Just the fact that yesterday I ended up having a really douchey guy come in my chat, like, I don't know, I want to say, well, maybe it might have been yesterday, maybe like 2 days ago, but like I remember I had some guy who came in my chat and started using slurs as part of his usernames, and also like, he kept posting really crappy stuff in the chat. It's hard to describe it. Like, I remember he was posting like these really derogatory messages. Like, the dude was a complete asshole, to be honest, and I didn't like him very much. It ended up with him getting multiple of his accounts banned because he wouldn't leave the channel. It was bothering me a lot too. Eventually I got him to go away, but it was a nuisance putting up with it. I really don't like dealing with trolls in my chat. I guess it's not the worst thing. It sucks, but I mean, I haven't had too many problems like this. For the most part, I rarely ever get any trolls, and also, when I do, like, they're not usually too bad, but that guy last time was very persistent and very annoying. He would not leave until after, like, I timed out at least 3 or 4 of his accounts before he finally stopped bothering me. Ugh, God, I'm so glad that was over with, though. It's been a slow past few days. It really sucks that that this is how things are going right now, just because I had like so much time I was spending doing other stuff, and I've been having like some money troubles for a little while, and couldn't afford to get any games for a while. After that stimulus check came in, I was able to buy some stuff, as well as I got finally got Animal Crossing, and now I'm stuck here with this shiny hunt in Pokemon, and I want to be playing other games. Like, I have stuff I need to be beating, and I wanted to start playing Animal Crossing on stream for the first day, and getting stuck in this scenario instead. Like, I was actually really excited to play it relatively soon until this started happening. I mean, I'm not gonna let it weigh on me too much. It's not fun. In fact, I'm a little annoyed considering my shiny luck has been wasted. Let's see, how many times have I had shinies pop up right now? We've had... First one that popped up was a Pidgeotto. Second that popped up was Porygon. Third was a Pidgey, then Raticate, then Rattata. So I've had 5 shinies that popped up and have wasted my shiny luck. That's kind of really bad. Why don't I play Sword and Shield? I don't really like Sword and Shield that much. I've played it before, but I only really got the shinies I was interested in and then stopped. I don't really find them to be very good games, and... Are you serious right now? I've been chaining Kadabra for not even hours, like days, and I get a second Porygon again before I get even one Kadabra. What is going on right now? I'm not taking it. I'm not going to take a substitute game. I have a shiny living dex to finish. I mean, stop handing me duplicates. Ugh. I don't understand. It's not even normally like this. Sometimes it'll be like this, but usually it's because there's like the Pokemon you're after, if you're like breaking off a chain, would be like separated from what you chained originally. But this is a different matter entirely, because I've been chaining after a whole bunch of Kadabra, so there's literally no reason why Porygon should have taken priority over Kadabra. I'm pretty sure out of all the Pokemon that I've spawned in this area now, at least over this time, have been Kadabra, so theoretically, because everything has the highest chance of shiny rate, like, one of these Kadabra should have taken the shiny by now. None of them have. I don't understand how. Literally anything but Kadabra has been taking the shiny chance. I'm actually a little bit baffled how this keeps happening. Like, I'm not touching any of these other than the Abra if it spawns as a substitute, because I've got pretty much every shiny out of here that I actually need. Like I said earlier, I'm working on a shiny living dex for this game, and I'm getting very close to finishing it. Like, I only need, like, maybe 50-ish Pokemon left in my living dex before I'm actually through the entire thing, so that's why I'm holding out on Kadabra or Abra to show up. I mean, it's not very likely. There's always the possibility a legendary with the shiny could pop up, but that's like a very, very, very low % chance of actually ever happening. Like, I'm pretty sure there have only been like 10 recorded instances of legendaries being shiny in the wild like that. Considering what's happening right now and how none of my Kadabra spawns have been shiny, though, I'm starting to wonder if I'm gonna have that bad of luck that a legendary would spawn first, and if that did happen, I would probably take it because I don't have any of the birds in shiny right now. Only legendary I've gotten shiny is my Mewtwo. I have Meltan and Melmetal as well, though. How long until the stream ends? I mean, I only started like less than an hour ago, and the goal is to go on for roughly 4 hours because I want to put in a decent amount of time attempting this. It's pretty much a necessity when you're shiny hunting to keep your sessions long in order to actually make sure you're putting in enough time to get it. If you just put in like an hour a day, you're not going to be contributing a lot to getting it. Like, every time I do these shiny hunts, I usually make it a priority to put in a bare minimum of 2 times. Yeah, it's a long while, but I mean, it's pretty much just part of shiny hunting, unfortunately. Ugh, gosh, the worst part of this is if I was doing this on my own, I could take my time with this, but streaming and, like, talking and doing all this and, like, trying to keep up with this, streaming is something that takes a lot of effort all by itself, so it kind of adds on to the pressure of how difficult this is. So because of that, I have to spend a lot of time streaming this, and I don't like doing like a huge amount of hours on a stream, and pushing 4 to 5 hours on a stream really, it gets tiring really easy, so I end up not attempting any more after that happens. So it's been like me doing a few sessions and putting in a few hours each day. This is the last attempt I can deal with this before I give it a rest for like a month and then pick up again. Because God knows right now I don't need to be doing this anymore. I need to give myself a little bit of a break after playing so long. That reminds me, actually, what something I was going to say, I actually forgot. Well, not a big deal. It was related to this, I think, but I don't remember what it was I was going to say, so, yeah. Actually, come to think of this, like, this isn't even the longest I've had to do a shiny hunt stream, and it's certainly not the longest I've done a shiny hunt, but it's not been very good on how it's turning out either. You want to be an animator? I mean, I'm nearing my 30s. I'm like turning 28 next month. I'm honestly a little bit disappointed how my life's turned out, but I'm not going to completely blame myself because my parents really didn't help me out a lot in my life, and honestly, they hindered me from doing a lot of stuff. They kept me and my brother from getting out and like hanging out with friends very often, or they made us sit around and do their outdoor chores, and we lived on a farm with animals and had to work with them like all the time, and it wasted like a lot of my free time. A lot of my time was spent on doing farm work that I didn't even want to be doing, and just made me feel miserable. And when it came time to go to college, I didn't really get any help from them for money, even though paid like $60,000 or something to send me off to a school I didn't even want to go to. That was a really miserable time. I was stuck in San Antonio for like a year or two, and I didn't like it. Finally managed to come back and get my own place. I've traveled a lot in my life, and I really don't like big cities very much, so I was like eager to just be back in my hometown, really. It sucks, because I've wanted to be a game designer for the longest time that I can remember. I never really decided on what I wanted to do when I was younger. Like, it took me a long time to figure out what I wanted as a career option. Like, I'd never settled on anything. I went through, like, several different things that I'd thought about. Like, as a kid, kept changing my mind. First it was a cop, then a chef, and then I think from there, I don't know if I changed it or not, my mind again or not, but I remember when I was around, like, 9th or 10th grade, that's probably the reason that I remember that I changed, because I actually changed my mind, because I remember thinking like I was actually really interested in making games, and it never really occurred to me because I always played games for my whole life. It was like one of those moments where it's like, how did I not come to this realization? This would be my dream job sooner. It's something that should have occurred to me. I'm going to be completely honest here. And not only is it not that late my time, but also streaming is not an easy thing to do. A lot of people, well, I say a lot, it really depends, but like quite a few people can get away with getting like a huge audience really quickly, but me getting a smaller viewer base doesn't really mean that I'm unsuccessful with my streams. I've gone through like at least a year or two where I only had like 1 to 2, we're saying now like 0 to 1 viewers on average, and then as I kept going, people subscribed. I'm not expecting things to be quick and easy. I expect that I'll be building up people to watch my streams as I continually stream, because I actually enjoy it, and more people like came by as regulars as I started streaming, so I don't think I'm doing anything wrong with my streams. I may not be the most entertaining, I may not be doing the best job of my streams. I put all of my effort into it though, and I try to make them as entertaining as I can, and I try to keep my commentary not too uninteresting, so I don't feel like I'm doing anything wrong. I've seen people who've taken 7 to 10 years of like not having an audience at all, and then building up their, had like no audience for like 7 to 10 years and had to build up their audience over time. I'm expecting that if I get even a remotely sizable crowd of people, it's going to take me a while, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Like, I wouldn't even mind my max amount of people I ever end up seeing in my chat just being like 10 regulars at the end. I don't need to be like a big streamer in my opinion. I just want to be somebody who has at least like 1,000 subs and has roughly 10 regulars. That's not too much of a goal to ask for, I don't think, but every person that comes in the stream to chat is important to me, and I like talking to all the friends I've made. There's a lot of good people that watch these streams. Wouldn't be as far as I am without some of that motivation to continue. I mean, my team, at least right now, is not really indicative of much. I think I've got like some of my Pokemon that I've used online in my team, but I kind of just swap in level 100 Pokemon at random when I'm doing these shiny hunts, because I like to have it build out, and I think I'd switch them regularly, because I'll usually get my Pokemon out to like look at them in the overworld after I catch it, and depending, sometimes I have to take them out of my party too, so it's really just I toss whatever into my party as long as it's not going to get levels and slow everything down, because that extra... Oh, excuse me. Ugh. Yeah, that extra set of leveling ends up taking up more time that I don't need to be wasting, and seeing Pokemon level up, it just gets in the way, especially if it triggers an evolution. I don't really typically put a lot of thought into it. I mean, you can tell right now I'm on my Arcanine, but I don't actually put a lot of different Pokemon on my team. I haven't competed on the online in forever either, now that I think about it. Like, I'm pretty sure the online is kind of dead now anyway. It might be a few people, but not very many. I know that this isn't even part of my online team, but I have a Mewtwo that's pretty much continually in my team because it's part of how I grind for money in this game, is using my Mewtwo to help me through gym battles and through the Elite Four in like a relatively short amount of time. I don't really need it to win, I just use it so that I can get the rematches over much quicker and get the money that I need to buy the supplies for shiny hunting. And I also have my shiny Charizard in my party pretty much all the time. Like, I think all my party right now, except for me, my Arcanine, is actually shiny. I always have my Dragonite and my Charizard in my team, except for when I'm playing online, because I have like a very structured online team, actually. I don't know if it's super strong. I remember when I was making my team, I went for putting not only a diverse party, but I also was like interested in getting a group of Pokemon together that weren't like just a bunch of meta Pokemon. So I went for trying to fill out Pokemon that I liked that I thought would be good with each other. I think the first ever team I remember using was, let's see, first ever one was probably like Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur, and I don't remember the others. I remember for a while I was trying to make Hitmonchan work, and I had an Alakazam and something else. I don't remember everything I had on my team. It went through several iterations of changes before I finally got the team that I was satisfied with. I actually, now I can't remember who I had for my Stealth Rock Pokemon, because in this game, like, Stealth Rocks can't be removed, so you pretty much need to have Stealth Rocks to counteract your opponent. I'm sure I had a Rock-type Pokemon, but I don't remember which one it was originally. I think it was the Alolan Marowak. It wasn't a proper Rock-type. I think I remember using that because it had, like, an option to use Stealth Rock, at least I think. Like I said, I went through a lot before I found a team that was perfect. Most of my teams were less than great, and after a while, I remember I stripped Venusaur out of my party because it wasn't really working out. Now, I've been on YouTube for a good at least 4 or 5 years on this count alone, and I've been on like YouTube in general since close to when it started. Like, my original account that's still active. Didn't really have any need to abandon it. I chose to abandon it because I didn't really feel like it was working out with that account. So I made this account. I think I started streaming back in like 2016 or maybe 2015, but I remember very clearly that there were some issues that arose when I was originally streaming. Like, biggest problem I remember is, like, for a while I've had issues with my parents and my grandparents. My parents were making my life pretty miserable. I had trouble getting a job, and I don't really have a proper job outside of streaming right now, but my parents were not helping and were like constantly bothering me about getting a job, even though I was trying my best to get a job. I remember after like so much time like dealing with my parents being like super unhelping and like making my life miserable, I ended up running away to get to my grandparents' house because I was like, I didn't want to put up with them anymore, and I knew I could trust my grandparents, but had a whole set of different issues with them. Most of my streams were from my grandparents' house. I remember, I think at one point I had to move back to my parents for a little bit, even though I didn't want to, and I was stuck there for like a year, but I was like fed up with it. I think the reason why I didn't stay was because I've already had trust issues with my parents, and my parents have like broken my trust more times than I feel the need to talk about. I hate being around them more than I have to, at least my dad especially, but I remember that things went really bad and I just left, and like I don't know why I went back to stay with them in the first place. I didn't like it any. It wasn't a good time. I ended up having a year where I wasn't able to stream because of it, and I remember I did get a job, thankfully, but it didn't really work out. I was working at a Kroger's, actually, and doing it like pretty much every day. Well, I don't know if it's every day, but it was like most days of the week, and it was bagging. I didn't really like it, though, and it was like a really stressful job, and I was working outside all the time. I didn't like that kind of job. It had like a lot of heavy lifting, and it wasn't very easy to pull off. I remember I quit after like a year because it wasn't like the company was bad or the job was bad, but I just didn't want to be stuck working that job, and I'm pretty sure that if they wanted to, they could have given me a promotion, and they never did. I'd been working there over a year, and I'd talked to them about this, and nothing ever happened, even though they said they would look out for another job position for me. They never got back to me on it, and ended up getting stuck in the same position after like so much. It just became too much, especially because the fact that ask anybody who's worked in retail. Customers in retail are absolutely the worst people to be around. Like, I have never seen so much entitlement as I have in, like, people that shop in that store. Like, they treat the workers, like, extremely poorly and get attitude with people, like, incredibly easily. I had a lot of people, like, snap on me over, like, small stuff that wasn't even a big deal, and all I did was, like, try to do what I was asked or try to accommodate them and help them, and have to deal with someone's really bad attitude, and some of them even would threaten the employees, and, like, after a while, like, I remember at one point I accidentally bumped into a guy while I was trying to bring carts back in the store. Wasn't intentional. The screen on the door was, like, kindly blocked off where I couldn't see very well, and I accidentally bumped into him, and the guy, like, flipped out on me and started threatening me, and, like, I think that was, like, the big point that kind of triggered me to just quit the job, because I was, like, not only sick of working the position, but I was really tired of dealing with, like, the really awful customers who had, like, attitude problems. So I just resigned from the job, like, not a whole lot longer. I'm glad I got out of it because I was, like, not happy with that job. I haven't really applied for, like, a whole lot of other jobs, even though I've tried. I haven't really found the job that would fit me easy, unfortunately. I feel like I'd be fine with, like, a cashier job, but getting a job nowadays is really hard. I don't really know. At this point, I'd rather just keep doing my streaming, I think, and handling things the way they're working out. I remember when I got my apartment, I was, like, so happy and glad that I was finally able to be living on my own. I just wanted to be separated and away from people trying to fucking control my life. I just wanted to be in a position where I could make my own decisions. Oh shit, I forgot about my phone alarm that I set, because I just wanted to make sure I was awake to stream. It feels nice being free from all the stress, though, and being able to do stuff on my own, and things have gone significantly better now that I'm able to stay by myself and not have to deal with people bossing me around all the time. Also, it's not really a lot of reason to keep asking the same question when I'm not answering it. I was talking about other stuff for a reason, because I didn't really want to answer that just yet, but I mean, I don't mind answering it in general. I do intend to stream tomorrow, but I can't really say for certain that I'm going to. Originally, I was actually thinking about this, and my goal was that I might actually stop if I don't get the shiny today and take a day off tomorrow, and then start back on other games again, since I was going to kill the chain if I didn't get my shiny today anyway, and just start it again later, but after, like, thinking it over and, like, having a little bit of extra time, I'm going to actually use my time instead and take tomorrow and probably play Animal Crossing instead. I think I'm going to do my first day of Animal Crossing in a while on stream. I haven't played New Horizons at all, so I mean, it'll be fun to get through the first day of the game and just relax. The much more calming game. Then on the day after, I intend to make sure I go through and actually play some more so I can do day 2 stuff and actually get into a little more of the meat of the gameplay. Like, I'm actually really happy to be starting on it. I don't need to go to sleep right now. I mean, I'm not gonna lie that my sleeping schedule is not as great as I'd like it to be, but my problem more lies in the ability to stay awake. Or not stay, it lies in the problem that I end up waking up earlier than I want to and not being able to fall back asleep. It's like, not even, well, it's like barely after 6 o'clock. I'm not gonna be going to bed until 4 to 5 hours from now at absolute minimum, and the reality is I'll probably be in bed by 12 or 1. I don't know if you're saying this about my talking or if you're just saying it in general, but even if I sound tired, I'm not right now. Not to the point where it's actually bothering me. I'm not your average person. I would assume that's not super hard to tell, but like I do have a disorder, and my thought process is different from everybody else. As a result, I have Asperger's. I don't try to hide that. I'm not worried about my mental health or my sleep schedule or anything, and I really don't. And honestly, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm just tired. I get mixed up over my words. Probably tired because of the fact that I put in a lot of time on this, but not tired in the way that I want to sleep right now, if that makes any sense. Like, I've been putting myself through a lot of shiny hunting, so it's only natural I'd feel like this. I'm not gonna explain this. If you want to find out, you can look it up on Google. I'm just doing my normal stream schedule stuff. This is a part of my personality. I pretty much like this all the time when I'm streaming. It's the way my thoughts flow. That's the way it is for me. It's not simplistic, but I mean, I can safely say I'm pretty sure the way the disorder I have, I don't have the same kind of thought process an average person would have. I tend to think about things a lot too. I have like a very well, I think I'm like the kind of person who tends to overthink things. I can say for certain that I get hung up on thoughts and I don't intend to, and it ends up being a very annoying problem to put up with, trying to put something out of my mind when I can't. But I'm going to be on for a while. I will say that I am not liking the look of the way this is going right now, though, because, like I said before, I actually don't prefer to go on longer streams. I prefer to do streams where I'm going on for 2 to 3 hours, or I can even do 4 to 5 sometimes, but that's usually when I'm into a game and more interested. These shiny hunts are taking longer out of necessity, and they're kind of bothering me a little bit. I like having the option to quit a game when I'm ready, and when I'm doing this, it's basically me being stuck at the mercy of RNG, and it bothers me to no end that I have to sit here and put up with this and wait without anything happening. Actually, you know, realistically, that's not even the biggest problem with what's been going on right now. Like, looking at, like, what's going on, like, the biggest problem that's been going on in the stream right now is, more than anything, that I have walked out this door like a goddamn 100 times or something. And out of all the times I've been out here and something shiny has popped up, not even once has a Kadabra spawned and shiny, nor has an Abra. Like, I've been watching very carefully, All I've gotten are other species, and I've seen 5 other shinies. Surely something should have happened by this point. It's starting to get really annoying. Ugh. I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to close the stream. I like streaming overall, and I wanted to share my shiny hunting experiences in the first place. I didn't do this with like a good majority of my earlier shiny hunts because I didn't really care at that point, but I actually would like to share like part of me completing my shiny decks now, so that's why I'm doing this. I'm not gonna turn the stream off. I've already relegated myself to the fact that I'm going to be doing some of my shiny hunts in this game off stream, but I would like to do quite a few of these on stream now, since I've already got the majority of my Pokemon without doing it on stream. If I want to do this on stream, I'm going to do it. I would appreciate you let me decide whether or not I shiny hunt on stream or not, though. That's my decision. Besides that, I've already decided on my own that if I didn't get this Kadabra today, that I would be done with this for the entirety of the month, and that I would wait until next month to pick back up on this shiny hunt. I'm going to take a nice, long break from Pokemon in general if I don't get my shiny Kadabra tonight, because I am not in the mood to do this to myself another day. So whatever happens tonight will determine the rest of this. It does not typically end up taking this long, although to be fair, like, last time I've done some normal shiny hunts was quite some time ago. Okay, there's a Zapdos in the sky. I don't see any sparkles, but I need to get a look at it and make out if there's anything there. Okay, I don't think there were because I couldn't see any, but it actually flew off the screen before I could look at it. That would have been nice if I could have got a bit of a glimpse at it before it left. It's whatever. To be honest, I legitimately have never really cared too much for going after the birds that pop up while you're shiny hunting. Sometimes they're nice to collect if you don't have any extras, because I know I'm going to have to use them probably for getting, like, all 3 of those guys later. I'll probably need their Pokédex entry, and I'll probably have to do it on a separated save file, but that's like the only purpose I have to collect it if it's not a shiny, because it's not like you can chain them. I really doubt that was a shiny. I wish I could have looked at it, though. I only saw the wingspan for like a second or two, and then it was gone. Actually, that kind of worries me a little bit. I've been doing this for so long, and like I said, I've got all these shinies, and I'm pretty sure out of, like, all the time I've been doing this, I've probably bumped into, like, at least 4 of the birds already. Like, I've seen at least 2 Moltres, and I'm pretty sure I've seen 2 Zapdos, and I know I've seen an Articuno, so I know it's about 5 or more. I'm surprised I've gotten so many things that are just either the wrong shiny or a completely different thing than what I'm after. Like, I really could care less about Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno right now. Like I said, the only way I'm going to bother with them is if one of them turns out shiny. That would be incredibly insane, though, if that actually happened, because I'm pretty sure the odds of that happening are astronomically low. Ugh, gosh. I don't know. Right now, I'm not feeling too bad, but earlier today when I woke up, I wasn't feeling amazing. I think I had a little bit of a sore throat earlier, and it was bothering me. Not really a problem right now. I think it's gone away, but after doing this, I'm actually starting to reconsider if I want to do Animal Crossing tomorrow or not. I'm gonna sit through this and keep going, and of course, another fucking Raticate. That'd be a great game if I actually wanted to Raticate, but you've wasted like 3 of my spawns on Raticate and Rattata right now. Hi there, welcome to the stream, but I only speak English, so I'm sorry I can't really understand your message there. You're welcome to hang out and watch nonetheless, though. But I mean, if you're speaking in Spanish, then I won't be able to respond to any of your messages. I don't know. It's really going to be dependent. Like I said, I'm going to be closing this game out once this stream today is done. Shiny or no shiny. I think 4 days of me putting myself through this and not getting my Kadabra is like enough that I'm willing to just give up and take a rest for a little bit. I'm not sure if I'm going to not stream tomorrow, but I'm going to not play Pokemon for some time. The thing is even though I don't like taking this long on a shiny hunt, it like, ultimately, no matter how you look at it, this just sucks, but frankly, I'm okay with taking this long on a shiny hunt. I've had issues where I've had to deal with very long shiny hunts, but like I said before on the stream, I have been doing Pokemon for, like, past few months, doing, like, a lot of Sword and Shield shiny hunts, and I put in, like, more time on this recently to get, like, a lot of shinies, and right now I'm at my point where I've, like, shiny hunted so much that I'm just at my breaking point, and I don't really want to put up with this right now. Like, I'm more than capable of handling, like, 4 to 5 or even up to 6 days of shiny hunting without anything happening, but considering how much shiny hunting I've done and how much exposure I've had to Pokemon and recently, like, I am, like, sick to death of putting up with this, so yeah, I'm definitely not going to be continuing this tomorrow. I'll be playing something else like Animal Crossing. For good reason that I need time to go ahead and play something else. It'll probably do me some good too, honestly. I have other games that I'd like to finish right now. I'm probably going to put a lot of priority into getting my Dragon Quest save file rated stream again. Actually, I've been wanting to pick back up on that, and I've been needing to grind and go after getting more gear and levels. I mean, I guess that's fine. I don't really care, to be honest. The biggest problem I have is, like, sometimes thinking of things to talk about. Once I run out of, like, topics, sometimes I have to wait a bit to think of, like, new stuff that I can think to talk about, but that's not something that's, like, too big of an issue. It's annoying to deal with as a streamer, though. It's not a big deal, though. It's fine. It's not gonna bother me that much. Actually, considering how long I've been doing this, actually, I'd normally like to put the music on to a different track after so much time and not, like, listen to the same thing throughout the... Whoops! I didn't mean to mess with those settings. I mean to turn the music off, though, because I like to put in different music to break up the pacing a little bit instead of listening to the same song on repeat for, like, God knows how many... Oh, excuse me. Gosh, what has gotten into me? I think I've been getting hiccups or something. I like to listen to, like, different music, so I don't end up hearing the same song for, like, 4 to 5 hours with nothing really going on. I'm gonna search something up. It's gonna take a moment or two to find some music, though. Okay. I'm typically do, like, song requests, so if you guys are interested in requesting anything, you're more than welcome to. Let me see. I need to figure out what I want to look up right now. I'm gonna do Metroid Prime music again. I haven't listened to that in a little while. Let me see. Metroid Prime. I guess we'll do the Meta Ridley music first. Come to think of it, we've only gone a little bit over an hour, and there've been, let's see, how many shinies have I bumped into? I've seen a Porygon, I've seen a Rattata, 2 Raticate, and that might be it, actually. I'm not actually certain, but even with just that, that's like 4 shinies appearing in the span of a single hour. Even though things haven't been going great, Okay, I want to turn this down just a little bit. There, I think that's about right. But yeah, like, if things continue at this rate, things are looking up. They weren't going great before. I think when I was streaming this morning, I only got like 1 hour at best, and I only remember running into 2 shiny spawns, but considering I've had 4 shiny Pokemon spawn on me like this, with like this short of a time period, maybe there's a chance Kadabra is close by. I've got another 3 hours of streaming left in me too before I'm done, so who really knows if something's gonna happen or not. If I get done fast, I'd like to start chaining Abra too, but something tells me I'm not gonna have that opportunity tonight. Something tells me I'm probably gonna end up going and getting one of my targets soon if I don't get it. Or if I don't get it, I mean, obviously I'll stop, but like, if I get it, then I'll probably be at the point where I'm ready to stop. I think I'm gonna say that if I get something before it hits 2 hours, then I'll be willing to stretch this into the next part of the hunt, but I'm not gonna force myself to, otherwise. Come to think of it, there haven't been a lot of Abra that have spawned on screen. That's one, like, the only other Pokemon I'm interested in catching and shiny at the moment. God, this music is great. I love it. I have not played this game in so long. I remember the first time I tried to play Metroid, my first experiences in Metroid Prime. I remember as a little kid, I wanted this for Christmas, but I remember I got really scared of the game. I think we had to, like, take the game back. It's not like it's bad. I just was, like, really easy to spook as a kid, and Metroid is a very intimidating franchise, which can get kind of creepy. I remember playing through the first area and not being able to handle it. Thankfully, like, years later, after, like, a good amount of time passed, I think I've got on DS, I got, like, Metroid Prime Hunters and played that, and it got my interest in playing, like, other Metroid games. I remember I picked up a copy of Metroid Prime 2 after that. I played that a bit, but I didn't really like it very much. I remember I got into, like, the big thing that got me into Metroid that I remember was I played Metroid Prime 3 when that was a thing on Wii, and I remember hearing about it, and I remember, like, really wanting to play it, and when I played it, I remember liking it a lot. It was something I was surprised I liked so much, because I remember, like, even though I never really played Metroid too much before that, I remember, like, reading about how Metroid games didn't really have, like, a narrative half the time, and most of it was just, like, stuff you found on your own through playing, but I remember in Prime 3 there was, like, an actual storyline that you could hear very clearly, and it was interesting enough that it kept my attention, and I liked it, and that was fun, and it got me interested in revisiting the other games. Actually, let me get another song before I continue. I'm gonna probably play some more of this music for a while, because I actually really like the music from Metroid Prime quite a bit. Okay, this is good for right now. But yeah, let me see, where was I going with this again? I don't remember exactly where I was going, so I'll just continue where I feel like is a good point, but I remember when like a few years after Prime 3 release, that they released that Metroid Prime trilogy thing for the first time. I was, like, really stoked to see that after playing Prime 3. And I remember, like, wanting to go back and play Prime 1 for the first time, and I remember, like, I remember hearing a lot about it back in the day, and I was certain that because I was so young when I played it first, I never really gave it a fair chance, and ended up playing it again once the trilogy came out, and I've got to say, that was a fantastic game. Goodbye. I was going to say, I'm just reading the chat. I miss you in the bed? Alright, I mean, I'll be on for a while. Have a nice night. Hope you sleep well. I guess I'll be stuck here for a while. Anyway, I guess I'll continue with my story, since might as well. don't think it'll hurt. And you talking about it and I hit the wrong tab. Give me a second. But yeah, that was like what really, really got me into Metroid. I liked Prime 3, but replaying Prime 1, I remember I was like surprised at how much I actually liked it, and glad that I gave it a second chance, because it has got to be one of the most atmospheric and immersive games I've ever played. I don't even consider it to be my favorite franchise. It's definitely up there in terms of the Nintendo series, but that is a seriously high quality game. At least out of the Metroid games, Metroid Prime is easily the strongest Metroid game in my opinion. The atmosphere was so good. I remember really loving it and finding every part of the game fascinating and interesting. I remember how they didn't even push a narrative in the game. You just kind of explored stuff on your own and went and found things, and through scanning stuff you'd learn about the story and find out lore. That was like something I really liked about the game. There wasn't anything in your face. You weren't forced to learn anything. You just got to see stuff in the game and learn about it, and you got to read through your logs and learn. It was very, very nice. It made you feel like you were part of the world, and there wasn't anything interrupting your experience. You just got to see things and hear things at your own pace. It felt incredible to play, and the visuals were kind of nice too. God, what an experience that game was. It was extremely good. Legitimately gives me chills thinking back on playing it and how much I enjoyed it, just because of the fact that I remember feeling so immersed in the game world and wanting to keep going and see more of it. I haven't had that feeling in a lot of games. It was seriously fascinating, but that's how you know a game is good. It gets you hooked like that, and you keep seeing stuff in the game and you want to see more and more. Metroid Prime had that down extremely well. Oh man, today has been awkward, not bad, but I've had 3 Raticate spawn shiny, and 1 Rattata, and also I think that Porygon. Why is it that I have all the shinies that have spawned? I can't get my target right now. I don't understand. I've been going at this for a while too. You'd think by now something would have happened. It's whatever though, I guess. While we're on the topic of it, I didn't really like Prime 2 a lot. I think I talked about this earlier. I just wanted to talk about it a little bit, but the story in Prime 2 wasn't very interesting, and frankly, I remember, in Prime 2, I had, a lot of trouble keeping my attention in the game. It just was boring and uninteresting, and the storyline felt like it didn't really have any need to have Samus in it. It felt like there was just a war going on in the game that drugged you in it, and it was, less than interesting. It was, legitimately one of those games where I felt like when I played it, I was, fighting back the urge to fall asleep playing it, and the only thing I remember being a good highlight about Prime 2 is that I remember liking the boss fights a lot, and they were, one of the fun areas of the game, playing through these boss battles of, creatures that stole your stuff from you, but that's literally, the only thing I can think of and actually remember that kept the game interesting for me. Prime 1 and Prime 3 were, way better, in my opinion, honestly. Okay, let me give just a second. I'm gonna play, a little more Metroid music like I did earlier on the stream before. Give me a second. I want to get Fendrana Drifts, and that's not in my recommended right now for some reason. Here we go. This is one of the better things in the soundtrack, in my opinion. There we go. This one is super good. That's enough talk about Metroid for the moment, though. I genuinely like Metroid a lot. Just thought it'd be fun to discuss it again for a little bit. I'm not sure what my favorite Nintendo franchise is. I really like Pikmin a lot, and I frankly remember all of my playtime of Pikmin being really fun, but I'm not sure if I'd raise my favorite series. I definitely like all the games the most out of that series. I'd enjoy all the Pikmin games, and I find Pikmin 2 and Pikmin 3 incredibly high quality games, and I like the whole series a lot. But I don't think I'd count it as my favorite since they haven't put out enough entries. Even though I love it, it's like there's still only so much Pikmin that's been released. It's really good though. I think I'm probably partial to Zelda a little bit, if not Metroid. I do like Metroid a lot out of Nintendo's franchises. Zelda just is like a series where you're pretty much guaranteed to get a pretty high quality product. The only thing I can think of that isn't the case are the CDI games. Those games were not very good, and that came from Nintendo licensing to somebody who wasn't really. Well, I guess I don't know if that's why just they weren't experienced enough or what, but yeah, those games turned out really trashy. The main two were funny for their cutscenes, but the third CDI Zelda game was just bad in general and like completely uninteresting. It didn't have any redeeming qualities in it, so it was kind of just one of those scenarios where it's like, yeah, this game kind of sucks. But all the Zelda games I've played, I can't name one of them that I didn't really like, so I'd say it's a really high quality series. I usually look forward to playing Zelda titles. Most of the games people hate on Zelda games, I don't even mind any. Like, I like Spirit Tracks, I like Phantom Hourglass. I find both those games really nice, and I've noticed a lot of the Zelda fan base seems to be extremely. There's a lot of distaste for those two games on DS for whatever reason. For whatever reason, Blap Words not going well for me at the moment. I don't know why. Anyway, like I was saying, I have a lot of distaste for those games for some reason. I don't really like the whole moving and doing everything by stylus myself too much either, but it's not a... What is this? Hold on a second, I was just like noticing something in my chat, although I don't know if that's supposed to be I was like looking at something actually that's like I can't tell. I was looking at a comment and I couldn't tell if it was supposed to be in that was posted earlier, so I was speaking in Spanish, I think, and I mean I looked at it again and I thought for a second that was in something that's typed in English or at least attempted, and I can't really tell. It's not really a big deal though. Anyway, let me see, where was I? I got a little bit sidetracked. Oh yeah, we were talking about Zelda. A lot of people bash Skyward Sword as well, but I honestly don't think that Skyward Sword was that bad of a game. I think it was a pretty good Zelda game. I enjoyed my time with it. Sure, it's a little handholdy, and I don't know if you pronounce it Fi or Fee. I've always just said Fee, but I mean, I didn't find her very annoying. I thought it was fine and not really a problem in the game. Sure, it was a little annoying every now and then, but it didn't bother me. If there was like any problem that got to me a little bit, it was the fact that the motion controls would just randomly stop working correctly, and sometimes I'd like swipe in a direction and it'd register in like a completely different direction than what I was doing. Like for some reason I'd swipe left or right and it would register as like a vertical swipe, which made no goddamn sense. And the same would happen with like vertical swipes registering as horizontal sometimes. That was like an actual thing that kind of bothered me about the game, but that was like not something that happened too often, honestly. So I don't know. I didn't really have a lot of complaints about the game. I found it to be pretty good overall, frankly, so I don't know. I remember liking it a lot, and I found the narrative part of the game, like I was based on like story, was actually pretty nice, and it made some interesting steps. And without Skyward Sword, I don't think we would have gotten an open world structure of like Breath of the Wild. So I can't really complain about it. I feel like it was overall for the better that we got Skyward Sword. Whether or not you agree the game's good, I'm sure it helped build towards Breath of the Wild. That reminds me, talking about Zelda, I'm gonna get some more music. Sorry, I was trying to check on something on my browser, and I had to, like, leave the audio on mute for just a little bit. I'm gonna get another song now. But yeah, hold on a second while I'm thinking here for what I was gonna say. I forget, was I talking about Zelda? Give me a second or two to think. Oh yeah, I was. I remember, like, for the longest time, there was, like, there were a lot of people who were talk about how they didn't like Majora's Mask and how Ocarina of Time was like the better game. And you might notice a trend while I'm talking about this, because I have had like a few problems with games and getting like used to them on my first time playing it. But like, I remember when I was playing Majora's Mask the first time, I had that same issue. Like, I was pretty young and got scared of the game because of the general atmosphere. Ended up picking it up again when I was older, and like, wow, it is a really good Zelda game. Like, the atmosphere is really, really there. The quest lines are really fleshed out, and the characters are built really well. It's a fantastic game. Hi there, welcome to the stream, Bress. Sorry if I mispronounced your name there, but welcome. Majora's Mask is probably like my all-time favorite out of Zelda 2. It's weird how I've only like thought about it a little bit myself, but like a lot of the games that I ended up liking a lot are games that I came back to after not having the best initial impressions, just because I mostly played them when I was too young to understand the game. But I remember playing through Majora's Mask, that game. Oh my god, that story is super good if you actually pay attention to it. It's so different from your average Zelda. I know a lot of people are quick to say Majora's Mask isn't better than Ocarina of Time, and I personally disagree. I know Majora's Mask came after, and it was basically, and it was improving on some stuff that Ocarina of Time did, and obviously Ocarina of Time started 3D Zelda as like a big thing, but Majora's Mask was like a very, very different game. It strayed from the formula and took a good route to its story approach, honestly. Like, that game felt alive. You really felt for the characters, and you could really like get invested in the storylines you played. I remember going through and getting like all the masks. Like, that game was worth it, and really, really good time too. Just all the side quests are pretty worth it, and it's just emotional. Like, that Cafe and Anju quest was legitimately like probably one of the best side quests I've ever seen in a Zelda game. Majora's Mask is really, really good. God, I really, really love that game. I wonder if we're going to see any sign of Breath of the Wild 2 this year. I had a feeling that it might actually come out this year, but now after coronavirus getting out of hand, I really don't imagine it's going to happen. A lot of people are like quick to say they think the game will be later on in the Switch's life cycle, since... Oh, excuse me, I really think I have something going on with my stomach. I've been getting some problems with like hiccups like most of the stream for whatever, like gas problems. I hate to say that, but it's like pretty much the truth, and it's been interrupting my speech every now and then. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, talking about Breath of the Wild 2. I know a lot of people are like under the impression it's going to be out later, but there was quite a bit of like stuff they showed us when they did that first trailer. I don't think it's as underdeveloped as people wanted believe it is. They talked about it just starting development, but I'm pretty sure they had to have had more, honestly, just actually ready to show their, what's the right word for this? Well, just more to like show off. I think they even showed off some concept art last year and showed off a little bit. Like that trailer looked like they were pretty far in development already. I don't think it would be too much to assume that they might actually have it like really far into development, since they could have easily started on this like immediately after Breath of the Wild got done. Breath of the Wild released in 2017, so they'd have like 3 years to be working on it already. Assuming the coronavirus hadn't came in and started messing with like their dev cycle, they probably could have got the game finished and released this year. It's not like they have to create a brand new engine, like do as much testing on stuff. Sure, they'd probably want to introduce some new stuff, but they've got most of the backbone of Breath of the Wild 2 already out of the way. Now that they've got a new engine, they've got like a lot of stuff already done. At this point, it'd just be working with their already existing engine to add more stuff to the game and flesh it out. I think a 3-year dev cycle for a sequel would have been totally realistic instead of being like 2021 or 2022 release. Too bad now the coronavirus has messed with everyday life and everything in general, and something tells me even if they were close to finishing, I can imagine that would cause a major problem in developing the game, like the fact that I get the impression Nintendo's dev teams are the type that are usually working in person and very closely, what's the word for it? I guess woven. I'm not actually sure what the right word to pronounce it is, but you know what I'm saying. Like they're actually like, I get the impression they're close enough that they're able to communicate their ideas to each other really, really easily, and because of the coronavirus and then the work from home, I could see that totally being a thing where they didn't have the option to, so I could see that actually delaying the game a little bit. Sorry if my commentary is not interesting. I'm trying to keep it interesting, and not really anybody talking. Having an active chat can help make things more easy to keep discussion going, but trying my best. If it's not the best, I do apologize. Just talking about whatever I can think of to talk about at the moment. I guess things have been alright, though. I wish today it would have gone better, though. We've gone on nearly 2 hours, and that's like about to be the halfway point, and we're not bumping into Shiny Kadabra, and we've been doing this for 4 days, counting today, so this has been quite some time we've wasted on this shiny hunt. Christ, it's just been too long. Oh well, like I said, if I don't get it today, I'm taking a bit of a break from this. I don't want to push myself into a 5th day of doing this against my will. I'm like fed up with doing this. It doesn't help that I have seen 7 or more shinies today alone and not had my Kadabra show up. That's actually just making it worse. Fucking like 2 to 3 Raticate, yeah, at least 2. I'm not actually sure, it may have been 3 by now, and seeing Eradicate, or not Eradicate, I keep saying it like I meant to say Rattata as well, and then seeing a Porygon, and I forget, I might have seen actually 2 by now. Like, I've seen more shinies that have not been my target today than any other day, and it's getting a little on the annoying side. It's not the end of the world, but it's not very fun putting up with it. Oh well, we'll keep trying. I'm not gonna give up that easy. I just wish this would end some actual good shiny luck already. Oh man. I've been streaming a lot and been like really busy over the past few days. I don't know for sure, but tomorrow may not be on. We'll see how I feel. Might need to take a day to myself and just get my energy back, because right now I feel like I'm not having it the best. That's okay, though. I'm just gonna say this right now. I'm gonna actually, before I say anything else, I'm just gonna talk about the music. Anyway, doesn't like it, and I apologize. I'm planning to leave this going until I hit the 2-hour mark with differing music playing, and then I'll switch back. But I don't like hearing the same song on repeat over and over and over again. So I've been playing like different songs and taking song requests. I'll be putting back on the main music in a little bit, though. Hold on a second. Let's just see about how we're doing right now. Looks like we're okay. But yeah, I don't know if this is going to bother anybody. I would hope not. I'm not exactly the best at, like, longer streams, but I wanted to say that next stream will not be anywhere near as long in terms of length, honestly. I'm really going to be doing, like, a much shorter stream and just doing Animal Crossing either tomorrow or on Saturday. Tomorrow, like I said, I might take a day to myself to get my energy back up. It really depends. I just want my shiny. I think if it doesn't appear, I'm going to take a definite... I'm going to take a day to myself. I don't know. Or I might just take one either way. Planning to take a little bit of a tiny break from streaming anyway soon, whether it be on Sunday or tomorrow, because I want to do something on Saturday with Animal Crossing. I don't know. Oh, right. Let me get some more music for you guys. My bad. I keep forgetting. We'll play a little bit more Super Mario RPG music, and then we'll go to another thing and listen to some music from another franchise or another game, pretty much. I'm going to do that after I get done with this here. Give me a second. There we go. This should be good. Give me a second or two. I'm just looking at something for a moment. Yeah, okay. One moment. I'm just looking at a thing really fast. Okay, I think we're all good. Let's get back into my game here. Actually, kind of not sure what I was talking about because I got a little bit sidetracked. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna have a very packed schedule for, like, the upcoming weeks. Probably not gonna play any more Pokemon for a while after this. As much as I enjoy it, like, I've already did, like, so much of it. I don't think this itself was the overdose so much as it is I've just played too much Pokemon lately, and it's gotten to the point that it started bothering me, so yeah, I'm gonna take a break from this, give myself some time away from Pokemon. Next week I intend to go and play more multiplayer stuff. I want to do some Smash, and I want to play ARMS as well next week, and just revisit it. We'll definitely have time for some Animal Crossing, even though I don't know if it'll be more than 1 or 2 sessions. Oh, excuse me. And on, let's see, hold on a second, I'm thinking here for just a moment. Yeah, I don't know, probably be 2 sessions, we'll see, for the sake that it'll be my first week. I'm really playing it very much. I mean, I'd like to get in a nice amount of time on Animal Crossing. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, next week, expect more variety in streams. In addition to that, I have, like, other games I'll be playing that I was already playing, and be starting new stuff. I'm looking forward to that. Or I'll be starting new stuff, but I might be starting it next week or the week after, more than likely. I mean, I might. It depends on how fast what I'm playing is finished right now. If it's finished fast enough, then sure. We'll see, though. Give me a second. I'm looking here. Guess I'm gonna have to search for another game to actually get some music that I want really quick. Give me a second, I'm trying to decide. I think we'll do Donkey Kong Country music right now. Yeah, Donkey Kong Country sounds good because I haven't listened to it in a while. Give me just a second to get some music going. I know what I want first, at least. Here we go. This one's good. Pretty much a classic in terms of Donkey Kong music that everyone remembers, so this is a good one to play, honestly. God, I don't think I've streamed any of them too much. I might have streamed a little bit, but I genuinely like Donkey Kong games quite a bit. Donkey Kong Country Returns is like my favorite game on the Wii, and honestly, like a really, really good game, honestly. Even though people praise Tropical Freeze, and I find it to be a good game, I don't know if I consider it like the best platformer of all time, like a lot of people do. Certainly a really good game, though, and it's really high quality. All the Donkey Kong Country games are pretty much high quality. And I definitely like Donkey Kong 64, even though a lot of people are quick to criticize it, so I don't know, I don't feel like it's that bad of a game, honestly. You know, actually, I've been thinking about streaming Donkey Kong Country for a while. Not anytime soon, I don't think. I think I would have to schedule some time for it, but I've been legitimately considering an actual playthrough of Donkey Kong and 64 for a while now. I'd like playing it. The game's goofy enough, the sense of humor is fun, and I feel like it'd be a nice little session of streams to do. We could probably get a good time out of, since it's got a nice, quirky sense of humor. The mini games are a little on the annoying side, but it doesn't bother me that much, honestly. I don't know, we'll see. That's definitely something I can consider if I get extra time. It really depends. I forget if I talked about this, but I remember reading earlier that there was supposedly like a report from Sony that the PS5 is probably going to be getting stock issues, and like they might actually end up delaying based on and the Xbox Series X. Like I'm surprised they're not saying they're going to delay because of the coronavirus, which I'm actually interested in getting one. I'd prefer to get one sooner rather than later, obviously, when it comes out, but I mean, I wouldn't blame them if they delayed the PS5 because of the virus. It only makes sense to delay it when there's a serious pandemic going around. I actually need to catch up on a lot of PS4 games, and I'm kind of looking forward to checking out some of the ones I've seen. Remember, one of my friends came and told me about how there were some free games that Sony was offering, so I'm actually interested in picking those up too if I end up getting the PS5. Like, I would totally be invested in picking those up. Hey, Wayne, good to see you, man. Welcome to stream. It's been going for a while, but it's not a big deal. I've been only just now approaching the 2-hour mark, so we're getting around, I guess, halfway through the stream. Not really had any luck with Kadabra, though, unfortunately. Right now I was talking about PS5 a little bit, but not, like, too much. I only talked about it a little bit. Actually, hold on a second. Just checking something. I think we're okay. I've actually had, like, several shiny Pokemon that have popped up on my screen in the past hour or two. I have gotten, like, 5 or 6 spawns, and yet not one of them has been for Kadabra or Abra. We haven't gotten any, which is really annoying. I think the majority of the spawns have been wasted on Rattata and Raticate, and... What? Are you still there? Can you hear me? My volume is not muted, man. If you're not able to hear me, then it's on your end. Hello? Are you there? I'm gonna have to type in the chat, I think. People can hear me fine. You're the only one who's came on the chat before, like, out of multiple instances and had trouble hearing me talk. You need to check your stuff, though. I'm not muted. Anyway, where was I? I got a little bit distracted. Give me a second. Need a moment to decide on some music, actually. Is this like a song, or is this a level that's being shown? I think it's a song. Okay, this is music. Okay, that's fine then. Good. Donkey Kong Country music is really, really awesome, so I actually enjoy listening to it. Yeah, hey, welcome to stream. Good to see you. Looks like your problems are fixed now. I would consider, like, checking on your browser, though. Like, out of all the people who watch, I think you're the only one who's reported having, like, stream issues and volume issues regularly. Nobody else has ever really talked about that. Not saying it for any more reason than just it seems like it's happening a lot, that's all. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Came in a little bit late, but it's not a big deal because we're only like halfway through the stream. It's not even gotten the 2-hour mark yet, and I've been streaming for a while. Just talking about some game stuff, talking about PS5 earlier for a little bit, and ironically, we've had several shiny Pokemon spawn over the course of the stream already. Like, in these 2 hours, I've had like 5 or 6 shiny spawns, but not one of them has been the target of like a Kadabra or an Abra spawning. I've had like 2 or 3 Raticate pop up on my screen that have all been shiny, and 1 shiny Rattata, as well as like at least 1 or 2 shiny Porygon. Not having very good luck with this shiny right now. I mean, at least I'm getting shinies, I guess, but that's not really helping any. Hope your night's been better than mine has. I've been just hanging in here, not really feeling happy with how my luck in the game has been, though. God, I'm glad I'll be stopping this tomorrow, even if I don't get my shiny. Did I see clearance sale Target was having somewhere in Wisconsin? Seems like an error. I haven't heard about that. I mean, I don't know if it was online capable or not, but I don't really check on physical deals very often since it's only going to be possible for me to get stuff on. And, like, yeah, only possible for me to really check deals that are applicable in my area unless it's an online deal, so don't really end up looking into those things more than just like a cursory glance half the time. I remember I got my Animal Crossing from like Best Buy online earlier. Like, I remember when I bought that, I got it from there because I remember reading about like if you bought it from Best Buy, you'd get a $10 certificate. I think that must have expired because I didn't get any $10 certificate back when I bought it. I mean, it's not really a big deal because, frankly, I don't think I would have saved any more money getting it digital anywhere else, so it was fine, but a little annoying that I didn't get that just because I waited until after lunch because I didn't have the money to buy it. It's not really a big deal, though. Had a pretty good meal for lunch, actually. Ended up eating a lot later than I wanted to, but I got that DoorDash service again and got pie pies delivered to my apartment, and it's pretty good. The only gripe I could really give it is the fact that it took a little bit of time to get here and had to wait a little while to get it. But other than that, that was like the only thing that was a big deal. Is it was a tiny bit on the cold side, and I had to like reheat it when it got here, but not by too much. It wasn't really a problem, to be honest. Let's see, we'll do Gangplank Galleon. We'll do like the original version this time for music. There we go. I've got to say, even though I'm disappointed in how my shiny hunt has gone and it's not really led anywhere, I am still really excited about how the rest of the future streams I've got planned are going to be. Like, I've got a schedule that I'm actually looking forward to streaming games for. Like, if I stream tomorrow, I can't guarantee that I'm going to, after these shiny hunts, that I'm going to be energized enough to, but if I do, Animal Crossing tomorrow, and then again on Sunday. Otherwise, it'll be Sunday and Monday. Then we can get into ARMS again and do a single quick session of that before we go do some Smash the day after. Like, I'm looking forward to what's it's planned for the next few days. I've got stuff that I'm excited to play in the next few days. I haven't done a Smash stream on Smash stream in a little while, actually. Even though I do them somewhat frequently, they're like really fun to play. So I mean, I'm looking forward to going back to Smash again. I want to do a Smash tourney. I'm not gonna try and set anything up anytime soon, but I mean, it might be a good time to like talk about that when I end up streaming Smash again. Ugh, excuse me. Ugh, something's been messing with my stomach just a little bit. It's not too bad, but oh well. Oh, by the way, for me, I don't know if you're interested or not, but I mean, I'm going to be doing Dragon Quest streams again relatively soon. Can't make any promises for when, because I haven't had the chance to boot the game up, especially with being locked into Pokemon, but I'm going to be making sure that once I get done with this today, I'm probably going to go after grabbing some more time on that and getting grinding done in that casino to get my hands on tokens for new gear and go finish leveling up so the next time I start playing I'll be ready to pick up in it again. What's to say? Sweden Cajun sides when you're in Texas on vacation. Yeah, you mentioned it too. Remember you were on stream and you brought it up. Although, if I'm being honest, you should get the chicken in Cajun. That's what the main course is, and their spicy chicken is, like, really good, honestly. Some of my favorite food to eat. It's just really good, honestly. I don't think I really get too many of their sides and spicy, although I guess I do sometimes. I typically just eat the same sides. I don't really eat as much as I'd like to. I only order it every now and then. I think I got... Or should I get potatoes, the Cajun gravy typically when I end up getting their stuff and getting the sides. So, I mean, that's what I normally get. What? I don't know where you heard that from. I've said before I actually like spicy food, but I don't really eat it very often because it can, like, cause me serious stomach problems, and also there's the matter that it gets really hard to keep eating spicy food sometimes. It just burns my mouth a lot. Like, I think it's a natural thing with anybody eating spicy food, but whenever I'm eating spicy food, I don't typically have water to drink either. I usually end up drinking like a Dr. Pepper or like a soda because feel like it cools my mouth off easier. It's a weird thing to say that, but it legitimately feels like it helps with that a lot. So I drink it whenever I get spicy stuff, usually. Ends up doing the job pretty well, like 99% of the time, I'd say. Spicy food like curry. I think I've only had curry like 1 or 2 times, but I don't think I really like curry a whole lot. It's one of the spicy dishes I do not care for. Curry was something I didn't like, although I know there's like a large amount of ways to cook curry, so it could have just been the way the curry I had eaten was cooked. I need to try more different curry dishes to get an idea. I think what I have is like some sweet red curry or something, and it wasn't very good. It was from a TV dinner, I'm pretty sure, so it probably just wasn't very high quality curry, I would have to guess. Okay, gonna get another song. This will be the last one before we switch back over to putting the game's music on for a little while. Okay, we'll do the DK rap. I haven't listened to this in a while. Here we go. Genuinely enjoy hearing this. Give me a second to turn it back up. Turn it back to the beginning. Something goes up enough. There we go. That'll be good. God, I love the DK rap. Seriously, an amazing song. Rare, honestly, like struck gold when they composed this. Or wasabi. I don't think I've ever had wasabi. Maybe I'm mistaken. I think I've mentioned that I've eaten sushi before, but I don't really like sushi a lot. I think I had squid, though, and I remember eating, like, the squid, and I actually liked the taste of it quite a bit, so there's that, I guess. I like the taste of calamari, but not really big on sushi. Weirdly, I'm fine with, like, Chinese food, though. I like Chinese quite a bit, and whenever I go out to eat, I actually enjoy getting some Chinese. Like, that's my preferred thing to go get for takeout. But I mean, I don't think my restaurant I like to eat the takeout at is even open now, or at least I don't think it's been opened as much. If it has, it's only been like carry out because of the virus going on. I usually eat it from a place that's called, like, I think China Star. I don't remember. I'd have to check. Maybe it was Golden China. I get the two mixed up. There's, like, two really big Chinese places, and we have a Panda Express as well, and I like their food, but it's not really my preferred place to get Chinese food from. It's amazing how much your taste can change over, like, time, though. I used to not really care for Chinese, and I had it when I was younger, and didn't really like the taste of it too much. Then when I ate it when I was older, like, it started to become one of my favorite things to eat. I'm trying to think, like, what other examples or things that I didn't exactly like eating very much that I grew accustomed to, actually. I think I used to, like, really not enjoy eating steak very much. Like, I would avoid it. It just wasn't something I enjoyed eating, and I still don't happen to be, like, the type of person who enjoys eating steak too much. I prefer eating other stuff, and I would, like, actively avoid eating it. Nowadays, I'm fine with it, but it's not really a preferred thing I eat. I guess, I don't know, it's weird to talk about that specifically because I don't hate steak, but it's not really anything I care much for. I like eating meat a lot in general, though, so I honestly really like, it just depends, I guess, though. It's obviously some meat's not as good as others. Okay, that's not anything more than an ordinary Zapdos. There's no point in bothering it. I have seen so many of those birds, and I have seen none of my targets shiny, and all these other shinies. I don't know what's going on with this hunt, honestly. Okay, let's get the game's music back. I mean, had the music off, like, different music playing for well over an hour-ish now, I think. There we go. Like I said, you guys were welcome to actually go and recommend different music requests, though, if you wanted to. I don't mind. I can look stuff up. Prefer if we don't get the video blocked is the only thing. Never know how things will go since fucking YouTube's copyright system is kind of trash. Wait, what's this? played a shooter game called Hogan's Alley at Chuck E. Cheese. Isn't that like an NES game? Unless they have like a version of that on arcade that was they still had or something. That's a little odd, 'cause I thought Hogan's Alley was like something that was on the NES. I know Duck Hunt was, and I'm pretty sure like part of like what's in Duck Hunt's Final Smash is like a bunch of different really old NES games, like all involved in the Final Smash. I don't remember like what they all were. I have to look it up to see, but there were like 3 games referenced or something, I think. Ugh, give me a second. Even though it's not a big deal, it's kind of odd seeing how so many characters that got revived by Smash and then didn't get anything done with their series. Like, I don't guess it's a big deal. I don't think we've had an F-Zero game since the Game Boy Advance, and we haven't had a Duck Hunt game for sure, or let's see, what else is there? There's not been any new Ice Climber stuff. They're in the game, but they haven't got any like active games in a long time. It's a little odd seeing these characters get added and then not having any type of follow-up from Nintendo, but it's not really a big deal. It was still really cool though, seeing Duck Hunt and Smash 4. That was like one of the things I remember being really good. Like, some of the newcomer reveals were great, and Duck Hunt was one of the few characters I was like genuinely excited to see, honestly. Probably like one of the best new characters. Too bad I never really play him anymore. I guess because it's kind of not the easiest to play him, and I don't know if I like the way he handles in Ultimate as compared to some of my other characters I play nowadays. Nobody you know plays Duck Hunt? Yeah, I mean, he's not the easiest character in the game to main, so I mean, it's not surprising that few people play as Duck Hunt now. I swear whenever I do run into Duck Hunt players online, even though I can usually stake out a win, like half the time it's like legitimately really frustrating to go through a match against them, and very, very painstaking half the time, so it's not very simplistic. You've never seen him online? You must be lucky. Or you just haven't had as many times, or you've had issues with your GSP dropping like I have, and run into Duck Hunt quite a few times. It's not like it's extremely common, but I've definitely ran into Duck Hunt players, and they are absolutely some of the most annoying characters to deal with. That frisbee and that can get in the way all the time, and trying to work around it is a major pain in the ass. Ugh. Yeah, ice climbers! I see them very infrequently, but I've seen them. I can't really say I'm surprised you've barely seen ice climbers, though. They're not the kind of character that I see too often, either. I feel like I've seen a lot more spammy, campy characters over the course of like me playing as of recently than I have other characters. And what do you know, a Charizard, I'm pretty sure. I don't really need it, though. I can look at it. I think that's a Charizard. Yeah, it is. It's a shiny. Apparently it was already in the sky for a while, because I didn't see it, and when I approached it, it vanished. Okay, I mean, like I said, I didn't need another Charizard. I just wanted to look at it for a second. I literally just spotted that there. It's a good thing I already have one, otherwise I'd be devastated to lose the Charizard, but considering I've got one, it's all good. It's always cool seeing a shiny Charizard, but yeah, I've gotten so used to bumping into them, I don't really care anymore. Too bad my Kadabra won't spawn already. Let me see, how many... I'm trying to think what characters I commonly bump into, actually, nowadays. Yeah, man, I know what you mean. I told you about the ones I bumped into earlier. I'm getting all the common shit, and my Kadabra won't show up for some reason. I'm being ghosted by my target shiny. Like, literally everything else is fucking showing up except for that. Wait, what? Why did you cancel your Xenoblade pre-order? I don't understand. I'm getting it myself. I don't really see why you wouldn't want to get the remake. It looks good in my opinion, and I think it's going to be worth it. I mean, one of the few games we have with a solid release date coming out in the near future, and even though I know I'm not really as excited about remakes, I'm still looking forward to playing Xenoblade again. That'll be a weird session of streams for me, not too bad. Like, I know I won't be streaming a whole lot of my Xenoblade playthrough. Probably just stream it in bits and pieces and not stream too much of it. No good for you. What do you mean? No. Did you not like the game when you beat it? I don't know why you would decide against beating, or not against beating, but against ordering it. Like, I guess it's not a big deal, but it's a little odd that you'd choose to suddenly cancel it. Not really a big deal. I'm actually waiting on my PayPal right now from like the money I got from my stimulus check. I put in like a little over $100 to use it on that site so I could get it sent from the UK to my address so that I could actually get that limited edition version from the UK when it comes out. Probably going to end up getting a digital version on the US eShop as well, so I don't have to wait to play it. Because even though I won't play the whole thing, I would like to stream Xenoblade day one. I don't know how I'm going to do the streams of it. I have to decide. I know the first day I'm going to play through like the beginning bits of the story and try to get through some of the better parts, but I mean, from there, I don't really know. I might stream like some of the really big arcs in the story, like some of the parts where there's actual climaxes and actual important bits of story, but I'm not going to stream the whole game. I'm not going to be going after this like I did with Dragon Quest. I don't really want to jump into another massive RPG and give myself like a commitment to like 60 to 80 hours on another RPG right now, so I'm going to make it so that I only play through certain bits of the game. I will promise one thing though, and that's that once I get done with the main campaign, and I've streamed as much of it as I intend to, I'm going to play the future connected stuff they added to the game, like the new stuff. I want to check that out on stream, and I'm going to play all of that on stream. If I don't play the main game, so I'll play that, but that's the only thing I can say I'm going to play in full. Like, out of, like, all the stuff that's going on, I can say there are a few things I know I want to stream, and there's only, like, that would make 3 things, I guess, in total, which being the future connected storyline. I want to stream the beginning of the game, and I'm probably going to stream the final boss of the game as well. Outside of that, I don't really have an idea exactly of what I want to stream in it, though. I'm thinking maybe 5 to 10 parts of it in total, like, depends. I'll figure out some, like, major story moments as I play that I want to stream. I'll just have to be kind of careful with my save files, I guess, and make sure I don't save over something I want to do on stream. I don't typically do that with games either. It's just that this isn't the kind of game that I want to dedicate too much time to streaming, much as I love it. See, booted up Animal Crossing. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I'm going to be excited to be playing that, honestly. I've been waiting long enough. It's been so long, and I'm, like, extraordinarily hyped to finally play it. I'm just disappointed this has happened with me getting stuck in Pokemon right now. That's the absolutely worst part of this, is that I could have been done so much sooner, and the game won't let it end. It's whatever, though. Oh, man. I think you need, like, 2 days in-game to actually play the multiplayer, right? I'm not actually sure about that, so obviously, if I stream it tomorrow, I won't be able to do multiplayer yet. It'll take me until I unlock multiplayer in the game through the second day before I can properly play them online. I'm looking forward to it, though. It'll be fun. Be a nice, relaxing thing. I know you played a lot of it, and I think you streamed like a lot of the game, but I'm not going to be actually going through playing it every day and playing it super commonly. It's probably going to be a once-a-week game for me. Like I said, I can't make a promise of exactly when, because I don't know, but by Saturday, there will at least be one part. If I don't play it tomorrow, then I'll play it on... Not Saturday, when I'm saying Saturday, tomorrow is Saturday. I mean to say that if there's not something tomorrow, I'll play it on Sunday. Of course, I don't know if I'm going to play it tomorrow or not right now. Yeah, I'm playing it tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun, I'm sure. Oh, man. It might just be me, and I'm sure it's because, like, of an uncertainty in, like, their plans, but it seems like there's been significantly more announcements from, like, third-party companies than there have been from Nintendo for the Switch this year. Like, I heard about that Picross thing and all these other things I was talking about, like Crisis, and I think there was mention of, like, other stuff like that SpongeBob game is getting a release date. All this stuff is like being brought up. I think there was some other, like a few other things, like something about Burnout, like EA's putting that on the Switch, but there'll be some interesting stuff coming out in the future. I don't know if I'm going to pick up much of the third-party stuff coming out. In fact, I haven't really looked at too much of it. You know what game's already in development for Switch? Is that what you're saying? I know about a few of them. I don't know about that many. I mean, there's stuff that's already being talked about. Like, obviously, we've heard about Metroid Prime 4, and we've heard about Shin Megami Tensei, like, a few years back, and Bayonetta 3, that kind of stuff, but something tells me those games aren't going to be releasing this year. I know there's those rumors, though, so maybe some of that'll happen. This year seems like a really good year to get caught up on stuff and, like, play remakes, especially if that stuff ends up coming out. Like, some of these things are rumored end up coming out, like, say, the whole 3D Mario remakes thing that was being talked about. World War Z, I think I heard about that, yeah. I think I've seen it, actually, because I'm pretty sure it's an older game. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe this is a different game at the same title. I think that was like similar to Daisy, but as Daisy progressed, people got really annoyed with it and stopped liking it because the community was like really toxic and the game wasn't like a lot of fun. It was just usually griefing. I never really got invested in it. I think I had like interest in playing it back in the day, and I never really got around to it. Game came out in 2018. It may not be the same game I'm thinking of. I'm not actually sure. I'd have to think on that. I don't know. It seems like it's always something new that's like a big game that's like a talking point that a lot of people are bringing up. I guess right now it's Animal Crossing and like Final Fantasy along with like Call of Duty. That kind of stuff's being talked about pretty frequently. For a while it was Daisy and all these zombie clone games, then Five Nights at Freddy and Undertale, stuff like that, like constantly shifts like what's the big thing. Something I've noticed this year, it might just be me, there seems to be like more horror games as of lately than there have been over like past few years. It might, like I said, it might just be me, but it feels like there's a lot of people who've made horror games and like released them as of recently. I've got to say, like, when somebody makes a really good horror game, it's actually cool to see. Like, it's great seeing somebody come up with a really good-looking design and, like, flesh out their idea with, like, a lot of lore. But in a lot of the horror games that have came out as of recently haven't been very good either. I mean, I guess some of them are, but that's just the way it is. Some of it's lame, some of it's not. Speaking of horror games, I'm pretty sure I remember hearing there's a new Amnesia game coming out this year, which is actually shocking because I don't think there was like a proper sequel to it. Like, I know there was that one game, Amnesia Machine for Pigs, but I think that was like actually outsourced to some other company and not the devs who are behind The Dark Descent. So I think somebody else was headlining that game while the main team was working on Soma. Come to think of it, I haven't like kept up with their stuff. I don't know if they've released anything since Soma. I haven't been like watching their news for their games in some time. How many big companies do horror games? I'm trying to think. I'm sure there's another one that I'm forgetting about. I don't remember what the company that works on Amnesia is, like the ones that made it. Those games, Soma, Amnesia, and the Penumbra series. I've actually thought about like checking those out on stream. I don't know if I'd be interested enough. I think there was like a remake thing of the Penumbra series like not super long ago, and that was like pretty good looking, and somebody made like an unofficial continuation with like a fourth game, and they named it like Penumbra Necrolog. That looked kind of cool. I'd have to think. I know I've seen some really good ones. I don't remember what they were. Most of the ones I see are like free things that get uploaded. You want to talk about weird horror games, though? There was one I remember seeing on itch.io, and there was like a game that somebody made where you're playing as like a retail worker, and these customers would come up and like bother you, and if you didn't serve them fast enough, they'd get your boss, and the atmosphere was like really unsettling. Like the faces were kind of creepy in the game, and it's hard to describe exactly what it was about the game, but something about it was like really unsettling. Hold on, is the chat working? I'm just checking. I haven't seen any messages for a little bit. Seems like it. How can I describe this? It's just like they'd get right up in your face, and they were like really detailed models, and got uncomfortably, like these characters would get uncomfortably close to you. It was definitely not great, and it kind of reminded me of what it's like to actually work in retail, like seeing it. It's anxiety-inducing, I can tell, even though I haven't played it. Oh, man. Like I said, a lot of them are like games that are fan games that are made on like itch.io, or just games that are made in somebody's spare time. Oh, actually, when we're talking about horror, I don't think I brought it up too much, but I think I might have talked about this before, but it shouldn't hurt because I don't bring it up very often. I love reading stuff like SCP. Some of it's like really dumb. I'm like, a lot of people would say that, and I don't disagree, because it's gotten like bloated in popularity, and more people use it and post stuff without as much thought going into it. But I'd say overall, SCP has like a lot of really good entries, and like a lot of the stuff that gets posted is somewhat high quality. Some of them are a little dumb, even some of the early ones, like I think it was, what was it, 093 or whatever, I remember what he was called, the one that fucking snaps everybody's necks, and if you blink, he teleports closer to you. That was one of the original ones, but it was still kind of a dumb design that doesn't really make a lot of sense. And then you've got, like, actually, now that I think about it, even though I don't mind some of the designs, like, some of them are stupid, I'll be honest. Like, it's weird. Some of these are the ones that are, like, really old that everybody knows about. I think the one that I'm thinking of right now is, like, called 682. I don't remember, but that SCP was the one that was, like, supposedly invincible, and they've tried, like, several things to kill it, and nothing works, and it always survives, and basically scares everything that attacks it. Like, that was one I remember reading about. That just when I look back at it in hindsight, it's like really stupid and really poorly written because it's just a fucking invincible monster. Like, it's not really good horror. It's just like giving the monster a fucking god claw so that it can't die. That doesn't really make it well written. I don't know if it's considered good writing. I'd say it's probably better than the last two I just talked about, which are still like older ones. But I don't remember the number. There's one that was like white, and it's like a really long, slender like character. I don't remember what his number was, but I remember there one where if you looked at his face, supposedly, it would immediately start freaking out and like start charging towards your direction, like immediately kill you if you looked at its face. Like, it had some weird creepy anxiety complex, and it was extremely hard to kill. That one was something I found kind of interesting. It was like they left it off on like multiple attempts to kill it and hadn't found anything. It wasn't supposedly invincible, but they couldn't find an easy way to kill it because looking at its face would basically result in your death. I'm trying to think like which ones I've read that are really, really interesting. Some of them are really good reads, like the one, even though it's dumb, like the Infinite Staircase thing is something I kind of liked reading about. I think there was one I've read where it was about, it was like actually based on something out of the Bible, because the number was like 616 or something, and it was like something about like a plane crash where like some satanic shit was going on. It was actually something that sounded somewhat believable and plausible, unlike some of the other SCPs, and made it more interesting to read about. Like, even though they're not bad, some of the ones I've talked about, like, I feel like the more believable the entry is, the better. Like, the more unrealistic the SCP is, the less scary it is, because, like, you might think it's scary at first, but, like, realistically, it just starts to sound like somebody got fancy with their imagination and doesn't know where to draw the line. Like, it's just like reading a kid who doesn't know where to stop, and they're like, it's like when you're a kid and you're playing games with your friends and you do anything like where you're messing around. You had like it's always some kid, like, how do I describe this? Like, I guess most kids I can think of like to pretend and do stuff, and like you mess around and do stuff. Like, there's always that one kid, if you came up with like a power, there's gonna be some stupid kid who fucking and goes on about, oh, I'm invincible, like, I dodge all the stuff. It's like, yeah, you kind of ruined the game for everybody else by doing that shit. And that's what I feel when I read some of these SCP entries, because they're just like a little bit on the really dumb side. Some of them are written well, but others are just kind of that aren't very good. Unfortunately, I can't remember a lot of the really good ones, like, right at the moment. I'm not sure if I would call it good or bad or not, but there is one I remember that was really funny to me. It was a dumb SCP entry, and it was like an IKEA or something. Like, there was like you stepped in, people took like one wrong step, and they ended up in this fucking IKEA in the middle of nowhere that was like stuck between dimensions and couldn't leave, and ended up exploring it. There were like no real workers there, just all these people that got trapped in this place, and in place of the worker were these weird monsters that were working and had like this really creepy form, and were just like ignoring people. Although when it turned nighttime, they would like start attacking people and like telling people to leave the store. It was a dumb, really jokey entry, and I liked it a lot. I found it really funny. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm like trying to check on something for a second. Is the chat okay? There haven't been messages in a while. I'm just concerned because nobody's posting. It's not a big deal. I just want to make sure we're doing fine. Ow. Shit, I think bit my lip by mistake a second ago. That hurts. God, I don't think there's a pain worse than like actually biting yourself on the mouth or biting yourself on the tongue. That always stings like hell. Also, in just a minute, I'm gonna like take a short little BRB break. I just want to get like 5, maybe 10-ish minutes, and I want to get some water and hydrate a little bit so that I can get my energy back up. I only got another hour and a half left to stream, but I want to be well prepped and do my absolute best for how much we've got left. So I'm about to take that short little BRB break and be back in a little bit, so just thought I'd say that now. Alright, yeah, let me spawn like another thing or two of these guys, and then I think it'll be good to do it. Wasn't spawning any, so I figure respawning more Kadabra would be a good thing first. Yeah, we're not getting any luck with our shiny tonight, I can tell. It may not even happen. It's not looking like it, despite all the shinies that have popped up. It's looking incredible how I can go through so many goddamn shinies and the one thing I actually want won't spawn. I don't understand why this game is like this. Okay, I'm gonna say after this doorway exit, I'm gonna use that as a chance to pause the game and take that BRB break. I'm just seeing that one of the spawns hasn't showed up though. That's weird. This is like part of the problem with this, is I need all 4 of them to show up. I've like checked on this, and apparently it's better to let everything spawn and not go through the door. Even though it can be slow for everything to come out on screen for something despawn before I could try to go back and mess with it. Hurry up and spawn all 4 so I can check. A little annoying. This wouldn't be so bad if I hadn't been doing this for like 4 days straight. Okay, something's a little fishy right now because I'm not getting my full spawns right at this moment. Did I not have a lure active? I could have sworn I did. Like, I was certain that I had my lure turned on. I guess I accidentally hit the wrong button at one point. God damn it. That doesn't help when that happens. It doesn't happen very often, but I mean, I've gone through several days of this, and I don't think it happened any of the other days. It's probably just from the fact that I've been doing it so long that out of me not paying attention that one instant I accidentally pushed the wrong button and didn't notice it because I'm used to him actually being turned on. Okay, I'll just go ahead and redo this now that I've actually got a lure activated. That's annoying. Wait, is my chain still active? I'm sure it has to be, right? Yeah, it is. I don't know then, that's weird. Whatever, we're gonna take that AFK break in a minute or two. Hey, Wayne, you still there? You haven't said anything in a while if you are. Like, I'm just checking. You've been, like, really silent. I mean, if not, it's not a big deal, but you haven't said anything in, like, 30 minutes to an hour, it seems like. Just wanted to check if you're alright. I don't know. I'm gonna check the chat again myself, too. Okay, making sure. Okay, looks like it's fine. Just wanted to make certain. Okay, let's say this will be the one that I pause after and see my 4th spawn for some reason. I don't know if the Pidgeys in there can take up one of the spawns on the ground or not, actually, so I'm not certain if that's impacting anything. I don't think it is. I think it's just the fact that... Actually, I don't know. I can't tell. Whatever. Let's go through the door. Wow. I didn't think I'd be this screwed over by the game. This has been a very, very cruel shiny hunt, though. Well, and I did not mean to do that, but okay, we'll go back one more time since I accidentally went in faster than I intended. Okay, we're gonna pause this right now and go for taking a short AFK break. I'm gonna try messing with something and try doing something. Just give myself a little bit of time to go get a snack and also give myself a drink. That'll probably help a little bit, actually. I'll be back in a few. I'm going to take a short BRB break. See you guys in just a little bit. Maybe 10, maybe 15 minutes. I don't think it'll be too long, but I'll be back soon. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about the wait. I hope everything's okay. I just needed a little bit of time to get my energy back. I've been going for a while, after all. So, alright, let's continue. Actually, that posted in the chat there, it's a really good question that I have, thought about quite a lot. Actually, before I answer, though, I'm just gonna check. Are you still there, Wayne? Just want to make absolutely sure. Viewer count is glitching out a little bit. Can't really tell. I would assume so. Just want to make certain. I've put a lot of thought into this question. Something that just occurred to me was something I wanted to bring up while I was answering this anyway, though. Well, I guess the first thing is an easy question that most people would ask in the scenario, and that's if you can. Not only would you be able to bring a game, but would you be able to use online in the game? And if the answer is yes, then that's actually able to narrow it down to a much easier list for me. I can probably answer for both scenarios, though. If I had access to online, I'd probably bring, say, Mario Maker 2 with me is the one game. There's a lot of content in Mario Maker, and it's pretty much an infinite game. You could keep playing it forever without any problems, so makes sense to you. Plus, it's even got a story mode. There's no reason not to actually choose it. And I see something in the sky I need to get close. I think that's an Articuno. Let's see. I have seen more birds today, legendary birds today, than I have any other day in this game that I can think of. They keep popping up pretty constantly. A little peculiar that it keeps happening. Well, whatever, I guess. I also thought about, maybe Smash. I don't know. Smash is really good and really fun, and Ultimate has a single-player component, so there's, all sorts of good stuff you can mess around with. Brawl would be good if there was, no offline instead, because that'd be, a game that's got a really great single-player, and even messing around, if I could, use a hacking device, I could use homebrew in it, I could still have a fun time goofing around with the stuff like the character model swaps. Those were always fun to mess around with. Those were one of the better things. Honestly, even though it wasn't much, the hacking scene for Brawl was pretty fun to mess around with. Let's see, how many other noteworthy things I can think of for online before I bring up this thing I was going to talk about? I'm going to wait a second before I get to that. Can't think of any off the top of my head, to be honest, that are online capable. I like ARMS, that's a noteworthy mention, but I don't think that'd be something that'd be worth having as my only game I could access. That'd probably get to the point where it's not very fun for long. Animal Crossing could be good, if only for the sake that Animal Crossing's one of those very social games, and I feel in that kind of scenario, having a game like Animal Crossing would probably help keep your sanity there. Honestly, I feel without it, you'd probably lose your social skills entirely, and you'd at least be able to keep them somewhat intact with Animal Crossing. Even if it wouldn't be the absolute best measure of that, it'd be something. Let's see. Mario Kart's good. I don't know if I'd get much time out of Mario Kart, though, even though it's really fun online. Let's see if I can think of one more online capable game or not really quickly. What would be something that'd be good, actually? I'm not certain. It doesn't have to be a Switch game, but I don't... Most of the ones I played are Switch games, I think, so... Give me a second or two. I want to actually think this before I answer it. Yeah. There's not anything else that like immediately jumps to my mind for online supported games, so I don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna, before I continue with this, actually I would like to say that I'm gonna be changing my strategy up here. It may make a difference, it may not. We're gonna start catching these guys as they appear, and I've noticed sometimes when I catch over 100 of a species, it speeds up the shiny process and it shows up after a while, but it doesn't always help. I'm not talking about what I was talking about before with catching 100 and nerf the shiny rate. I'm talking like catching them to maybe see if a chain that's higher could potentially manage to make it so that it might spawn the shiny, but I don't think it will. You stop jumping? Getting a little annoying how it keeps jumping. Okay, there we go. Give me just a moment or two. Like I said, I want to think on this before I answer it. Although, oh, Gmod would be good if we're talking about online games. I almost forgot. I like Gmod a lot, and that'd be fun. That's a good multiplayer game to play. That's a few different options for online games that I might choose. As far as like if we're not allowed online, it would be a little harder to narrow it down, but it's not impossible. Super Smash Bros. Brawl is pretty good. Also, there's Pikmin 2, like it's one of my favorite games of all time. I totally love that. I would probably consider bringing that with me. Let's see, what else? It's gotta be something good though, because even with like a game I really love, it's gotta be a game that I'd be willing to replay. Obviously, roguelike games sound like a really good contender for that, but I mean, it depends. Give me a second. I'm checking on something. I haven't noticed any chat messages in a while. I don't know if it's just me or what. You still there, Wayne? You haven't said anything for a while. Don't know if you're still listening to the stream or not. Oh well. Maybe Xenoblade. I talked about that. I like Xenoblade, and I mean, I wouldn't mind having that as an option since Xenoblade is a fairly lengthy game. It's a like 80-hour game, so it'd take time to complete. Although I don't know. Even without any online support, Animal Crossing is a very good idea for something to bring along. I don't know if it'd be the best choice, but I mean, you can get a lot out of Animal Crossing, and I'm sure that I'd get plenty of playtime, and once you get bored, presumably you could wipe your town and get a bunch of new villagers and see how things go with like a new seed, and try having new adventures with more characters and see how that goes. Although I don't know if that'd be incredibly fun or not. That might actually just get a little bit tiresome after so much time. This would probably be something that you have to research a lot too, or at least it would be if you want to have like a good idea of like what something with a lot of replay value you could bring along would be. Something that'd make playing the game over and over again really worth it, considering probably single player would be your best bet if you don't have any online support. I'm not actually certain like what the best single player games to get most value out of are. If I hadn't already beaten most of it, Gungeon would be like a good candidate, because that game has got so much content that it's like coming back to it and playing it a lot. So I mean, had good reason to keep turning it on and enjoying it. It was worth the time I spent in it. Really fun game. don't like that I can't think of like a definitive single-player game to bring up, though, that would be strong enough to actually hold me over and have enough content, but I can't think of anything that would be that good that I could keep replaying without worry. It would have to be something pretty good and lengthy, or something that has like a real draw to it that makes it interesting. Oh, god damn it. There we go. Gonna keep catching these guys, and I don't really have much other thing I can do to try and influence it. Since I've been doing this so long, I'm just doing anything I can to see if this thing will spawn. I thought about this, but I don't think I would want to be stuck on a fucking island and have nothing to do but shiny hunt Pokemon or mess around in Pokemon for a while. I think that'd get really boring really, really fast. This topic actually got, like, I gotta say, this is actually a pretty good topic. It got my brain active enough to, like, sit here and think about this quite a bit. So, I mean, definitely helped me think of something good to discuss. Trying to think, like, what's the longest game I can think of that I played for at least, like, not like an RPG, just like in general. Like, I'm trying to think, like, what kind of stuff, because I played a lot of games, and like what some good hour, like, content, like hour content ratio, I guess that's the best way to describe it. I'm not actually sure how to word that, but like this gameplay ratio for how much you pay for it. Hyrule Warriors is pretty big on there. If it came with all the content, then I mean, there's the definitive edition. That could be another answer that could be thrown out there. That would be good. I'm drawing blanks for anything else, though. I don't know. Can't think of anything else that'd be, like, guaranteed to be worth it. I mean, any roguelike might be good, since presumably you could boot it up and hopefully get a new playthrough each time you play, but that's like the only thing I can think of that would actually be interesting, and that's like exhausting all the and like seeing all the things I can think of. There is like one other game category that I can think of that would be maybe worth it for picking a game out of, and that's either The Sims or something like the black and white games, like the ones where you play as like a literal god and control like the land and like how everything turns out. Like, that might be a good thing if you're stranded with nothing else, because I'm pretty sure you could actually influence your playthrough quite a bit, so it'd probably make each session at least somewhat entertaining without it getting too boring, and you could probably keep repeating it for a while. Now that I think about it, like, some of the, like, simulated stuff would be good too, like Roller Coaster Tycoon and that kind of stuff, like all those tycoon games, like Zoo Tycoon. Those are, like, games that have very, very interesting stuff, and you can do all sorts of stuff when you mess around with it, so there's a lot of possibilities. Those kind of games would be good for this thing, so you could just screw around and try all sorts of different concepts. That'd be something that would probably be able to waste away quite a large amount of time. Even if you played it every day, I still get the impression like playing Roller Coaster Tycoon could still last you like a whole year, because there's just like so many different options for stuff you can do. And if you're creative, you can make it last even longer than that, so it would be quite a good amount of time. Unfortunately, I don't know if I'd have the creativity to work with that, so if I had to like pick one, my answer is going to stay Mario Maker 2 if it was online capable. If it was not, then probably Pikmin 2, because Pikmin 2 is like probably one of my favorite games that's like single player, and frankly, like there's quite a bit to do in the game, even though it's not the longest. Like, I get a good time just sitting there and reading the Piccolopedia in the game, so why not have one of my favorite games as a game I've got with me? Even though I'd probably get bored of playing it after so much time, it'd probably take a while because it's a game that I'm used to doing like yearly playthroughs of. It'd take a lot to get me burned out on it. Is chat working? There haven't been any messages in some time. I'm really concerned that something's wrong because nobody's sending any messages. I'm just wondering. You haven't responded to me when I asked if you were there yet, Wayne, either. I asked it like, I don't know, like a few minutes ago, probably 10 minutes ago. You're busy with Animal Crossing, my bad, but just making sure, because it's like eerily quiet, and ever since I've been on that BRB, I haven't heard anybody say anything in the chat, or seen anybody say anything in the chat, I should say. My mic isn't on mute, is it? No? I don't know what's going on then. That's weird. I'm just gonna type a message. Anything? Why is there no talking? Is anybody there? Why is there, like, nothing going on in the chat? It's a little weird. Well, whatever, I guess I'll keep going. It's just awkward knowing there's people watching, but nobody's saying anything. It's not that big of a deal to me. It's strange. Oh, my throat's feeling a little bit funny. Ugh. Probably because I've been doing this so much and I've been streaming a lot more than I'm used to. I think it's wearing me down a little bit. I wonder what time it's going to be by the time I get done with this. It's 8 o'clock right now, so we got about, oh yeah, it's maybe pretty much exactly an hour or so in terms of time left, so be done at 9. I don't know if I want to stream tomorrow or not. I'm gonna have to think it over, I guess. Saying that because I've been uncertain how I was gonna handle this when it came time. Like I said, I'm not gonna push this hunt past today because I want to play other stuff and come back and do this, not exhaust like God knows how many hours trying to get this shiny. Oh man. It's weird how, even though I don't really care to play this, actually, there is like one Pokemon game in particular that I'm actually kinda in the mood to play, and no, it's not Sword and Shield before anyone asks. I'd actually be interested in revisiting like the Coliseum and XD games, but more specifically than that, I'd like to go back and revisit Pokemon XD specifically. That game was like really good, and I enjoyed the gameplay a lot. The story was pretty well written too. That game was quite a bit of fun. I'd like to play that on stream at some point. So I mean, that's probably gonna turn into a stream game I'll play sometime. When? I have no clue, but I'd like to do that relatively soon. I guess we'll see. Maybe it'll happen. Also, just looking at this right now, in case this isn't already clear, since I meant just to mention that I'm going to be going for 4 hours. By the time I hit the 4-hour mark, I'm going to probably completely stop this. I don't care if I've gotten significantly further and got a larger catch combo going. I'm just going to let this end by the time I see the 4-hour mark reached, because I'm sick of doing this shiny hunt, and I want to take a break from Pokemon after playing too much of it for the past few months and doing too many shiny hunts and taking way longer than I intended in Sword and Shield, and all these things I've done in Pokemon have actually like caused me to lose interest in playing it very much. Hold on a second. I'm gonna check something on my browser for just a moment. I can see your message now. I don't know what you're talking about, though, unless maybe there is something wrong with the chat, but I don't see any other messages. I don't see like 5 messages in the chat. All I see is you asking if the chat's working. Hold on a second. I need to focus my throws. I should probably run. I don't think this thing's gonna wait on me very long. Okay, there we go. Let me reload the page first really fast. Actually, that reminds me, before I forget, this might help. It may not. Give me a second and I can try something. Should probably try to catch this thing. Okay, I need to fix this. I have my feed going. I don't want to be having the video playing because it could lag things. Okay, right. Just a second. I might be looking at this wrong, but I don't see the option for top chat. I'm looking at the wrong spot on YouTube. Let me see. Give me a second. No? Oh, there it is. Top chat. There it is. Let me see. Oh, that's why. I was gonna say, no? Okay, I had it on top chat, and then I swapped it to live chat, but I don't see the messages unless... Nah, I don't know. I think your chat must have glitched out. You still there? Just checking. I don't see anything new popping up in the chat, and I don't see any of your messages. I'm gonna try posting another one in the chat to make sure it's not just something on my end, but it works. When I send a message, I can see a test message pop up in the screen that I had sent, but I don't see anybody else posting anything. Are you sure you're not? And wait, well, I don't know what to say, but besides that, I'm sure there's not something wrong on your end. I don't know. I maybe reload the page. I don't know what to say. YouTube chat might be glitched out. I've had moments where I've like typed in the chat and then it tells me that it's closed and had to reload the page. That didn't happen when I tried it. Now I only know one other thing I can do to check it though. Let me see. Yeah, no, I don't see any other messages. I don't know. Maybe it's glitched, maybe it's not. I don't see more than that one recent message, and those of you talking about posting comments. I don't see any other comments, though. Just that one. Oh, YouTube, you confuse me sometimes. Like, the chat works when it wants to, and other times it just breaks immediately, and it's like non-functional the whole day. And I don't think I ever see this many problems with Twitch. I mean, I see like problems where Twitch has like viewer issues and they'll show like 0 viewers, and then even though there's like thousands of people watching a stream. I also see things where sometimes chat's unusable or a stream page doesn't load correctly, but like for the most part I'm used to seeing Twitch chats and like Twitch stuff work pretty well. On YouTube streaming, there usually seems to be some sort of issue. I don't know, YouTube has a very glitchy live streaming service, it seems like. I don't know, it's bizarre. I've never really encountered this problem on any other platform as far as I can tell. You still there? You haven't, like I said, I haven't seen any more messages from you in some time, so I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't be able to send your message through, because I've seen that one, every time I check I don't see any others though. That's weird. Let me think for a second. I don't even know if I can be... I don't even know if you hear me right now, actually, because I'm not seeing any messages, so... Let me think here. I'm gonna type something in the chat. Maybe this will help. Is all I can think about that might resolve the issue. Other than that, I don't know. YouTube is proving to be very unstable tonight, it seems. I'm sure this isn't the first time where I've seen YouTube chat issues. And again, I don't know, I don't know, maybe it's not YouTube chat. I can't really tell. There have been some weird things about YouTube where it's just, I don't know. Oh gosh. Oh well, let's continue and keep moving. I mean, I don't know what to tell you besides if you can hear this and the chat's not working, you might be able to mention something on Discord, but I mean, I typed in on the stream to maybe try, or stream chat to maybe try reloading the page or reloading the chat, but I mean, I don't really know what's wrong. Fudge. I'm a little bit tired, I'll admit. I think because I've been streaming so much recently and like so much more than I'm used to in terms of like hours. I'm used to doing significantly less so and really had to lay on the pressure for the shiny hunting and doesn't feel like it's really going anywhere either. Just been trying and trying. Also, I don't think this is helping any. I've been trying, but I'm going to get my catch combo up before I throw in the towel. Go up to 100 and see if that does anything. I would do more, but I don't feel like I'm going to reach 200. I think this game may have like some of the most difficult catching Pokemon out of like any Pokemon game, just because the Pokemon break out really easy, and also the fact you have to use fucking motion controls to toss the Pokeballs. It's a little annoying. It's not a big deal, but it's like it's easy to miss your target. In other games, you just toss them at a Pokemon. Also, the only thing that was like really difficult to capture that I can remember in like most other games, usually just like the legendaries. Sure, it might take a few Pokeballs every now and then, but like in general, out of like Gen 1, the biggest thing I remember having trouble with was capturing Mewtwo. All the other stuff was pretty simple stuff, honestly. Come to think of it, in general, they seem to have like nerfed the capturing on like legendaries. Not nearly as much of a struggle to go into a battle and then try to catch one now as it was in previous games. You play Sword and Shield, you'll probably get your cover legendary like relatively easy, and Eternatus takes like no effort. You just have to win the battle and then it's like an immediate capture. I don't know why Game Freak is making it like so fail-proof that literally only like a 2-year-old could mess it up, and even then, as long as they're able to toss a Pokeball, it still isn't going to mess up. Oh man. Ugh, give me a second. I'm moving my pillow right now. I'm just lying down because my back's aching. I actually stream where I can relax relatively easy. Give me one moment. I think I've got a point something I want to talk about though. So I've been playing like more puzzle games as of recently, not very often. In fact, the only thing it's really been is like a little bit of stuff. Like I watched it more than I'd play, I guess, but it was like watching some stuff from like a new Picross game thing, and I decided to go and reopen that Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess what do you call that? Yeah, that Twilight Princess Picross thing for 3DS that was on my Nintendo, and I've been messing around with that a little bit. It's not bad. It's not like it's really fun, but that like Picross game got me interested in playing that game again. Like, wow, some of the stuff in that is like really complicated. It's a real brain teaser, like turning it on and then trying to figure out the puzzles, even though it shouldn't be that hard. I always sucked at doing like Sudoku puzzles, and even though it's not completely similar, like it kind of reminds me of those a little bit. It's more fun than doing Sudoku, but it's still like I don't want to be like actually having issues with my and like playing puzzle games. I don't know, it stresses me out when I can't do things right. I've been talking, Wayne. I don't think the chat's broken. I think something on your end's broken. I don't know. Actually, that reminds me, before I forget, I can actually take this moment or two to check on YouTube to see about... check on, like, Reddit and see if anybody's bringing something up about YouTube chat breaking, but I mean, I don't think so. Yeah, let's see what's going on when I search. Just looking, and there's no mention of YouTube chat breaking. I think there's something wrong with your chat, Wayne. I don't even know if you can hear me or not, but I mean, I have not seen any messages from you, and I changed the chat filter like twice, and I haven't seen anything. And when I checked, I think something's going on with your YouTube. You might want to either reload the page or reload your browser and like try again. Maybe you could potentially consider switching browsers if it's still an issue, to see if you can use another browser to chat, or maybe even if you have to restart your computer. I wouldn't assume it's that. It might be an internet issue though. I don't know. I don't know why your chat wouldn't be working. I can see your messages though, but I don't see any messages about you posting several messages. I'm just seeing you asking if the chat's working. I don't see any messages. I don't know what you're talking about because I don't see anything. I'm confused what's going on right now. Nobody else is here. Nobody else has been reporting the chat being broken, so I don't know. I don't know what that's about. Whatever, I guess. Gee, I've been interested in playing puzzle games again for whatever reason. Thought about picking up that Brain Age game on Switch. I don't think I'm going to. I know it's not been released in America for some reason. I don't really care too much. I thought about getting out the European eShop. I've been interested in playing like a puzzle game again. I don't know. I might continue with that not Sudoku, that Picross game I was talking about earlier. Kind of have the urge to go back and replay Professor Layton title, even though I don't really... Actually, yeah, I don't think there's any available on the Switch, and I forget if they have any of the older ones on the 3DS, and I don't know if I even got any of them where I can access them easily, even though I bought them. Like, I want to play through the majority of them. I could emulate, but I don't really want to emulate them right now. I mean, I could emulate if it comes to streaming, though, because I wouldn't be able to set it up easy anyway, so might as well. God, it's been a long time since I played a Layton game, as far as I can remember. Then again, there haven't been a lot of them. I think the only one that's happened since Yeah, the only one that's happened since the last game was called, what was it again? That I think it's like called Catchery on the Millionaire's Village or something, and I've heard from a lot of people who played it that it's not the same as traditional Layton games, and it's not as interesting, so maybe that's a good sign that I didn't pick it up, and that maybe I should avoid that game. I don't know. Apparently the guy who was originally behind Layton and made the old puzzles passed away a few years ago, and had to switch of developers might have been why it wasn't the same. I don't know. I'm just speculating on that part. The story in those games is always really good, though. Speaking of which, that crossover, I talked about Phoenix Wright stuff, and I'd like to stream that too at some point, and that's Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton game was like really, really good. A lot of people like panned it for not being like a crossover between the two worlds, but the way they handled it, I feel like it was really, really fascinating and a really good game, and I liked how they handled a lot of stuff in the game. I feel like they did a good job with it. That was like a good crossover. You don't ever see too many of those, at least not outside of like fighting games or whatever. That was done really well. I'd actually like to replay that again sometime soon. It's funny, I don't typically play visual novels, but as far as the Ace Attorney stuff is concerned, I actually really like Ace Attorney, so I'd be totally down to play those games relatively soon, too. I'd still hate that, like, the one time when I was actually interested in buying them off the eShop, I saw that it was on sale, but I was, like, out of money, so I couldn't pick it up. It was on sale for, like, $15, so I couldn't buy it like I was hoping to. But it's alright. It was a little lame that I couldn't get it when it was cheap, though. I would have been very happy to have it. Oh well, I guess. Oh my god, I'm so annoyed at this right now. I can tell we're not going to get the shiny because we've only got like less than 40 minutes left, and I've gone through all this crap, nothing's showing up. I think we're pretty much screwed on this. I could sit here and wait the rest of it out, and I don't think even waiting another 2 to 3 hours would help, and I'm not going to anyway, but it wouldn't really do much. Fucking countless other shinies outside the one I want have showed up. I don't understand what the fuck is going on with the shiny hunt, but whatever. I guess we'll try again, and I'm ready to in another month or so. Because right now, I am not in the mood to put up with this bullshit another time right now. I'm not even shocked at this point. I mean, I want to be. I will say that I'm surprised about it, but I'm not. It's too fucking ridiculous for this game to be nice enough to spawn my target that I've been chasing after for fucking days on end, I guess. Seriously though, is the chat okay? I'm just gonna ask this one more time. If it's nothing and I just see the same message again, I'm just going to assume that you're probably not sending any messages and that you're messing with me, even though I hate to say that, like, there's no messages on my end, and it doesn't seem like you've tried to send any new messages other than asking if the chat's working. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there really is something wrong with it. I wonder if I can try something. Probably not, but I need to. Let me see. Maybe. Let me check something. Let me go ahead and try getting my alt account in here for a second. That might actually help me. And then, while I'm doing this, I can switch on the page and then switch back by doing this. And then from there, I can send a message and say test. Yeah, there is. Well, let me see my main page here. No, it shows on my end very clearly. So, yeah, I think something may be wrong with your YouTube, Wayne. I hate to say it. There's no reason why this shouldn't be working for you, even though it's working for me. I don't know. Let me switch my account back to my main now. That's all I could think of to check this. I don't even know what to say right now. You still there? I'm just checking. You haven't said anything in some time, and like I said, I don't see any of your messages. I think there's something wrong with your YouTube, man. I don't know. I can't tell. I don't know what the fuck is going on right now. I'm starting to wonder because I'm not seeing any responses, and frankly, even though Wayne's a good friend of mine, like, he hasn't posted anything and nobody else is having these issues. It's starting to just look weird. How there's like these comments like this. It doesn't really seem like what I say is going through completely. Chat's like eerily quiet for whatever reason, even though I've posted in chat and spoke about like something you could try to maybe fix it, and not getting any response. It's like listening outside and hearing nothing but cricket chirping. Oh, well, I guess, whatever. Let me see, what can we talk about for the moment? There's something I was wanting to bring up, and it's about mobile games. I think I remember, like, some time ago, I actually asked about if you guys would be interested in seeing a stream of me playing some mobile games, and I've definitely been interested in doing a stream for that kind of stuff. I have, like, some stuff that oh, hold on a second. I think my page may have glitched out a little bit. It's probably because I switched accounts. Give me a second. Yeah, I couldn't see some of my YouTube page. Okay, now we're all good. Where are we at in our combo numbers before I say anything else? Because I can't say that I think me catching Kadabra is going to really help in the last 30 minutes of this. Oh, maybe. It seems like we're close to the total, so maybe we'll keep going until we get to 100 total, since we're only 30 away. Let me make sure everything's fine now before I continue my talking. Yeah, okay, I'm back on the right account. Just making sure. So, yeah. For a while, I thought about, like, actually, this is probably, like, 2 years ago, I brought this topic back up. I remember I was playing Mario Maker, and I asked about if people were interested in seeing, like, streams of mobile games, and I never really got around to it. It may have been more than that, to be honest, but I was, like, interested in checking out some stuff, and I wanted to play maybe some of Nintendo's mobile games they'd released, too, on stream, like Fire Emblem Heroes. Oh, shit. Also, like, I was wanting to play Mario Run, maybe, as well as, like, some other stuff. I'd probably still consider doing that if I ever did. Like, I wanted to just download a bunch of mobile games and just, like, test them out and try them on stream. I'm not really big on mobile games, but I thought it could be a fun way to waste a little bit of time, so thought that'd be fun. I never really got around to it. I think part of it's because I remember I was looking for, like, a emulator that I could use. I think I looked through both Android and iPhone, and I remember somebody mentioned BlueStacks. I don't think I ever found the download for that, although I don't think I ever tried it. again, to be honest. Some time ago, I had like a lot of interest in checking out these games on stream and just like playing a whole bunch of them. There was like a lot that I wanted to try doing with this. I've never really been too big on mobile games. I remember when I got it, like my newer phone, I had my Pixel for the longest time, and I remember I had interest in playing a lot of mobile games. And after I played like a few of them, the novelty kind of wore off really quickly, and I stopped caring about playing them. It was fun for like a little bit, but it kind of wasn't that interesting. I didn't find it to be anything super interesting. Like, most of them were just simple tap here and do some random BS to advance the gameplay, and it wasn't really anything that seemed too fun. Like, the simpler mobile games seemed to be the better ones, but there were also a lot of mobile games that expected you to adapt to some really dumb, fucking ridiculous concept in terms of, like, how you controlled the game. Like, games that had you do these weird finger movements and expected you to use your whole hand, and for a mobile game, that's, like, asking a little too much since there's not a controller. If I wanted to play a game that actually required any degree of, like, accurate controls, I wouldn't be playing on mobile, I'd be playing on a console. I don't know, like, I feel like maybe I didn't give it a fair chance, but when I go on, like, my Android store app on my phone and, like, look at all the games that are there, it's just, like, none of them look interesting in the slightest. Like, the only thing that's even remotely appealing would maybe be downloading some of the older emulator stuff and, like, playing older games on it. Like, maybe playing Tetris on it might be fun, but nothing there looks like it's really worth it. I don't know, nothing about mobile games has ever been appealing to me, unfortunately. And why do I keep missing? I'm throwing straight and it's not aiming where I'm throwing it. Come on, game. I hate the fucking motion in this game sometimes. There we go. Okay, now I am a little bit concerned, though. We've got, like, 3 people in the chat, and I haven't seen a message aside from the one that worked on my alt account in, like, a good 30 minutes. I don't know what the fuck is going on, if YouTube's breaking or what. Alright, well, whatever. If it's broken, like the chat's not working, I can't really figure out why. I've tried to see if there's something that might actually be wrong on my end, and I've tested it as much as I possibly can. I'd apologize. There's people actually saying stuff and I'm not able to read it because this is abnormal to say the least. I'm gonna try one more thing before I just mock this up to people being silent in the chat, possibly being fine with just not a lot of talking, but I mean, I can't say for certain. I have to wonder, and I need to at least check this myself with one other option before I settle for accepting the chat could potentially be busted or not. Let me see. No, there's no messages. I was gonna say I was gonna switch browser to look at the messages on another browser to see if anything was different, but it's the exact same when I swap. Okay, I don't know. I guess there's just a lot of quiet people that are lurking today, so welcome to the stream nonetheless. I mean, you're more than welcome to come and chat. If not, it's not really a big deal to me, but I mean, I've been having chat issues, so it's kind of not great not knowing if the chat's working or not. Anyway, we've got like 25 minutes left before I'm about to stop at this point because we're not really getting anywhere, and I told myself I'd only do 4 hours. I'm about to just give up on the shiny hunt. It's not really gone anywhere after 4 days, and just gonna take a break from Pokemon for a good month or so since I've played it too much, and then come back when I'm feeling refreshed and then try again. Because right now, I do not need to be playing this after playing Pokemon like 2 to 3, maybe more months on end, continually trying to get my shinies and also get stuff done in Sword and Shield. Like the shinies are like the big thing in Sword and Shield that I was working on. I'm going to try something else. Your PC changed your browser internet, is that good? I mean, I can see your message now, but I don't know what else should be wrong unless it's still breaking. I can see your message. I don't know what happened before. Oh, right. I said I was gonna actually put on some new music. Sorry about that. I completely forgot. I'll do that in a second. What are our numbers at? I'm gonna eyeball how many of these Kadabra I've caught. I was gonna go up to 100 of them, but something tells me I'm not gonna get 100 fast enough to actually make it worthwhile. Yeah, looking at that number. This is more for experimental stuff, because I know that your shiny odds are capped at 31, but nothing had been happening in fucking 4 days of shiny hunting, so I figured maybe catching more might actually cause something to happen. Turns out it's not really going to matter right now, because I'm about to stop anyway, and I'm not really interested in extending my time any further. Alright, let's just put the music off, and for right now we'll just enjoy some differing music. I have my doubts that anything's going to happen. In fact, I don't really think I'm going to get my shiny, unfortunately. I've tried for several days and just not had any good luck, so I'm just guessing this is just screwed and we're not going to be able to do anything about it. I'm going to try the root reset one more time, but I don't think that's going to help any. I don't know. I don't remember the last time I ended up entering a building other than the one that I was in previously. It's fixed. That's good. I mean, I'm glad your chat's working and I don't know what was wrong with it. Anyway, like I was saying, I'm gonna root reset. Yeah, I can read your message now. I'm glad your chat's working again, at least. I'm gonna do this, and then from there, I'll just go back. It's probably been like 20 or 30 minutes since that shiny Charizard popped up, and for a while we were having like a lot of shiny spawns. Just didn't have a shiny Kadabra or Abra like I wanted. God, I don't know. I'm just like in shock about this shiny hunt. Like, I don't know what to say, man. This is... Out of all the time I've been shiny hunting, this hunt has actually been kind of cursed compared to other shiny hunts I've been on. The only thing I can think of to compare this to is that this happened with Goldeen, and it also happened with Lapras, but those were both water spawns, and at least with Goldeen, you could only have like 3 Goldeen max of even that, because like the pond it spawns in was like super small, where there wasn't enough space for very much to spawn in, so it seemed natural that one of the Goldeens would take fucking forever to spawn. As far as this is concerned, though, I don't understand, and I think Lapras was just because it swam way too fast, and I had trouble keeping up with it until I cornered it, because I got it after I'd managed to keep it stuck in a spot where it couldn't get away from me. But this is bizarre, like beyond anything I've ever seen. Give me a second before we continue. I need to get music going. One sec. Let's see, what should I look for? I think I know what I want. We're doing something that's Pokemon themed first, and then we'll probably switch to something else maybe. Here we go. This is a good one. Let's listen to this. I have to unmute it. That's right. I was trying to check the YouTube page to see if I was certain or able to figure out what was wrong with the chat, and god damn it, I was trying to play it. You know, have you ever had that moment where you like click a video and for some reason the player fucking goes full screen when all you're trying to do is like, hey, just pause or start a video? That happened to me a moment ago. That's what was happening. I was trying to get the music to play, but I accidentally forgot to unmute my Chrome again. I think we're good now. There we go. This song is really awesome. Okay, let's try and tough this out. We've got 20 minutes left, and there's very little chance anything good's going to happen here, but I'm not going to wimp out when I'm at the end of the hunt. Even if I don't get anything, I'm going to at least do the promised amount of hours I said I would. Turn this down a little bit. Actually, it's a little on the loud side. Okay, that's good. God, I remember this game on the GameCube like incredibly well. It's like I said before, and I don't want to keep bringing the same points up over and over again, so I'll just say it this once, but like, God, the GameCube really was a console that had like just a lot of high quality Nintendo releases on it. Like there were a lot of good first party games on GameCube. It's no wonder I remember it so fondly. Legitimately spawned a lot of good stuff and a lot of my favorite series. It spawned Luigi's Mansion, it spawned Pikmin. Even though it was mishandled, it also was the birth of Chibi Robo. Like a lot of good stuff came out on GameCube first. I'm not actually sure of how many others I can remember that are stuff that started on the GameCube that's still active, because there doesn't seem to be a whole lot actually that I can think of. And I mean, you could say Animal Crossing, but Animal Crossing was an N64 game. Although I guess if you want to count its international release, then yeah, that counts. Okay, give me a second. We'll listen to this. Here we go. Mario and Luigi music. Okay, give me a second. I think I have to lower my Chrome volume and my volume mixer because all the songs are a little louder than I'd like right now. Okay, that seems good. Okay, give me a second. I'm just a little bit tired, I can tell, and also I'm not really sure what to talk about at the moment, so I need like a bit of time to think through some topics. It's a little bit stressful too, I won't lie, doing like 3 to 4 hours every day, but I'm not really the type of person who likes to do longer sessions. I will say, this year, even if it's not going to be like, there's going to be a lot of games, I am looking forward to how, hopefully, the way I've planned the streams will work out. Like, if I get extra time, which I'm probably not going to bother, unless it's, well, it depends. I guess the coronavirus is still out of control. Yeah, I'm going to schedule more streams than I originally planned to, but I would love to check out a lot of new stuff that I haven't played this year, as well as like a lot of older stuff that I'm going to be replaying. Like I think I mentioned before that I didn't play very much Metal Gear, and I started with the third game and played basically all the games about Big Boss except for the Metal Gear Solid 5 stuff, and I've not really experienced the first 2 Metal Gear games or the 4th game at all, so I wouldn't mind playing Metal Gear this year. Actually, it would be nice to play the first game, maybe play that or Twin Snakes or something. Catch up on some series that I'm not really used to, like series that I haven't played very much. The only thing is I'm not really sure. Oh yeah, I said I was going to play more Dragon Quest before, and I would like to do that after I finish 11. I'd actually thought about going and playing like Dragon Quest 1 through 3 maybe. I don't really know for sure how I want to handle that. Or I might do Final Fantasy. It gets ported to the Switch, or like 7 gets ported to the Switch or the PC, like on Steam. I'd probably buy Final Fantasy 7 Remake as long as I can get it on another platform. Considering I don't have a PlayStation 4 and there's no telling if PS5 will release this year or not. It looks good. There's a lot of good PS4 exclusives, though, and I'd love to check them all out. So, I mean, if I get one, then I'm going to be catching up on a lot, I can tell. Is the chat still working? Like I said, I don't really mind. I'm just checking because you posted that, but I don't see any other messages, so I'm kind of concerned. It's not exactly great having the worry because there's not been any messages in a while. Let me see. Songs. Here, this one's good. There we go. That'll work. Let's see. I want to talk about, like, I'll say, like, I've had a lot of Steam stuff that I've been like really meaning to dive into and play, and like I've been wanting to play like some other stuff, like some more obscure games. Actually, I have something interesting planned next week that okay, I'm gonna have to turn this up a little bit. It's weird how the volume's been mostly loud and now it's kind of quiet. But yeah, I've had a lot of stuff I wanted to check out recently. Some of it's on my Steam library, but not most of it. Actually, there is one thing in particular that I haven't brought up that I was meaning to talk about, and I wanted to try streaming. I don't know if it's going to be next week or when. I thought maybe next week or the week after. There's like a thing that got released, I don't know how long ago. I want to say it was like a month or two ago, maybe more, but I remember somebody released this thing, I don't remember where, but there was a thing called the PS1 Haunted Demo Disc or whatever, something like that, and I've seen a few people stream this, and it's like these games that are all like in the style of PS1 games. I'm pretty sure it's like a game jam thing, and it's like a compilation of a bunch of games on it. Like they're all horror games, I'm pretty sure. They all look pretty good too, and I'm looking and forward to trying it out sometime in the future. Like I want to stream through playing it. The only problem is because they're all like separated games, I'd have to like volume check and get every game set up individually, and I don't want to like put it through like OBS and play all of them while I'm like before stream. Like I want to actually play these games on stream and actually enjoy them like for the first time while I'm actually playing them on stream. Like I've seen like people stream these games and seen most of them get finished, but I want to experience them myself still. And I don't know, I don't want the volume issues though, but I want to be able to make absolutely certain that I can stream this for you guys, and I want to be able to just go in with my first impressions. I feel like I don't want to go in to even touch the volume settings. Normally I'll at least play a game like once and tweak the volume to make sure it's all good, but in this scenario I want to make sure that I can get it right while I'm playing the games, which is a little bit concerning. It's not really a big deal in the end if it has to be done beforehand, but I would hope that I can get the volume on the games fine while I'm actually playing them. I don't know, we'll see. I want to try it out. It seems like it'd be fun. There's quite a few games. I think it's like a thing that's still ongoing, so I'm pretty sure, I think I've heard of people submitting new game submissions to this thing too, as far as I can tell, so I think this is like an ongoing game jam. Who knows when exactly it's going to be ending, though. Also, there's like some very interesting stuff on there. I don't know if like all of it's like got particular inspirations on it, but like one of them in particular looks very, very similar to LSD Dream Emulator. Like the big difference is it's some game that's like focused on cats, and I don't really know exactly what the game is supposed to be. It looks interesting, but yeah, it's got like a really huge similarity to that game. Like, it looks like it's basically the same, only with the cat focus. It's really... I'd have to wonder if it's got even a fraction of the content or not, but it's unique looking, I'll say that. Come to think of it, I wonder... Or, like, I think I remember hearing at some point somebody wanted to make a sequel to that game, but I don't think I ever heard about somebody ever heard anybody making one since then. Like, I've not heard about this game getting any progression in a long time. I swear I thought I heard about LSD Dream Emulator 2 being a thing that like a bunch of fans wanted to make, and now that's not actually something I've heard about. I think I even heard about a remake somebody wanted to make. That's such a weird game to discuss. It's not bad. I think it's like a PS1 game, but like, it's so interesting to me. Like, it's a game that almost seems randomly generated. Like, there's so much content in it. I'm not even sure if the internet's discovered like everything in the game, and also like, hey, let's see, what was I saying? One person built this off of like their dreams they had, and basically they kept like a dream diary and wrote this stuff down. Like, that's impressive to me how somebody was able to catalog all their dreams and then make a game out of it like this. Like, that's crazy and surprising nobody ever made a sequel. I know people have made like spiritual successors to the game, but nobody's ever tried to make a sequel to this game, despite it being like one of the more interesting and creative games out there. Okay, let's get another song. I think I'm going to listen to some more Mario and Luigi music since I've been listening to that anyway. Give me a second. I need to find what I'm looking for here. Oops, give me a second. We're going to go back outside so we can have our spawns happening. I should get a little bit of a better angle so I can see everything that's on screen. Yep, we're not getting a shiny. It looks like our time here was wasted. This game fucking screwed me over for 4 days in a row. I don't even know why I'm shocked. I should be pissed off, and I kind of am. Like, I threw all this time down the drain, trying my absolute best, and fucking all that happened was a bunch of fucking Kadabra spawned, and not a whole lot else. Like, it spawned and a bunch of shinies, but not the target shiny, and I'm not willing to do this again tomorrow, so it's gonna be some time before we go after this target again. God, what a fucking shitty and awful shiny hunt. I don't understand. I just don't know what to say right now. I don't know. When I come back, I'm not sure if I should take a differing approach to this or what, but I mean, maybe when I come back for another shiny hunt, I'll try starting with Abra. I don't fucking know. Just anything to get results here. It's bothering me how nothing really worked out. Okay, give me a second. I was looking for music, unless I think I found it. There we go. This is good. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. That sounds about like the only thing I can think of. I don't understand. This game has been unreasonably cruel on the shiny hunt, and it's actually kind of annoying me how this went. I had really bad luck here. I wish I didn't have to say that, but I mean, it's pretty much the truth. I guess it's whatever. It sucks. There's not anything I can do about it. We're 7 minutes from the stream being over and being done, though. I'm just so fucking through with the shiny hunt and not really willing to waste more of my life right now. I really, really hoped that this wouldn't end like this and that we'd have something to show off for all the effort we put in. Nope. Fucking screwed over royally by the game and not getting any shiny, like Abra or Kadabra. I don't even know how to fucking feel right now. My emotions are just all over the place. I feel angry because this game has wasted my time. All these shiny spawns and not the single Pokemon I'm after, not even one time. I don't understand at all. What the hell? Is this just a sick joke? Like, why does this game have to treat me like this? I knew this was gonna be difficult from the very beginning, getting my living dex, but like, this is just not okay. Oh well. This is probably why I've taken as much time as I have to fill the whole Pokédex out for trying to even attempt the shiny hunts either. Like, I've been not only hesitant about this kind of BS, but I've had Joy-Con drift issues and other problems with this game that are just not really something I want to continually deal with. It doesn't feel fun to put up with this right now. I like this game, but not when it's like this. This is like the absolute worst. This is going to go down now as legitimately probably one of the worst fucking shiny hunts I've ever gone on, and I hate that I have to say that, but this shiny hunt has somehow managed to crawl into a point where literally nothing has happened over the course of 4 days, and by the time I start the hunt back again, for all I know, the same exact shit could happen all over again with no shiny Kadabra popping up, so I absolutely I'm in shock and I don't know how to feel right now. Like, I'm worried this will just happen to me again when I come back to the game now. I'm so close to being done, too. I really want to capture some of these shinies on stream, and Kadabra is one of them. I'm not really ready to throw in the towel yet, and it's just not spawning. I have seen the shiny Kadabra spawn on my own before, even though I didn't catch it. Like, I know it's there. It's just not showing up for me right now for some reason. It's a pretty underwhelming shiny, to be honest, too. Like, I've had one from seeing, or had that appearance from seeing one, and also I evolved the original Abra that I got. If you guys didn't already see it, I can show you guys. Okay, wrong page. Give me a second. Just for reference, this is Abra and this is the shiny. It's not very different looking. There's Kadabra and there's Kadabra shiny. It's pretty damn pathetic looking, to be honest. It's like the same exact color with like a slight difference on it. And then there's Alakazam, who actually looks pretty decent, actually. Unfortunately, that's all I've got in terms of that line right now is an Alakazam, and oh my god, I didn't think this would happen, to be frank. This seemed like it was unrealistic for the game to do this kind of shit, but nope. Here we are! Somehow this game is trolling me right now and spawning more of the Raticate line than it is fucking Alakazam line, despite the fact that I'm chaining Kadabra right now. So for some reason, I'm just getting the middle finger from the game. Okay, let's go ahead and put it on one last music track, and then I'm going to switch the music back. Alright, let's do this, I guess. Isn't really the most fitting music with how shitty my shiny luck has been, but I mean, it's whatever at this point. This can be celebratory enough in the fact that I'm going to be taking a nice, good month-long break away from Pokemon, and to be honest, something tells me that I'm not going to want to pick this game back up again and play it regularly until June, because I do not want to put up with this bullshit again for quite some time. I could do it in May, but God knows I'm not going to be ready just over the course of 1 month. I think I want to get myself a little bit of breathing room to fucking try to forget about this awful experience, although I know it's probably not going to help much. Right now, more than anything, I am, like, extremely glad that I bought Animal Crossing, because I am going to need it. I don't think tomorrow is going to be a no-stream day. In fact, something tells me tomorrow is going to be stream and we'll play Animal Crossing, and then on Sunday I'll come back and play it again so I can do proper gameplay in the game. Since the first day is just me doing setup, it'll probably be a short stream. It might be like 2 hours at absolute best, I'm guessing, because I'm pretty sure it doesn't take very long to go through the first day in Animal Crossing. I'm pretty sure you can get done with that really fast. This is disappointing. I don't know how to feel right now. More than anything, I just feel angry. I feel a little bit depressed too, because I just wasted like 4 days of my life not getting anything done because this game decided that it wasn't going to give me my shiny, even though I held out for 4 days in a row hoping for something to change. And I put in like 20 hours of gameplay waiting on this thing with everything set up right. I don't understand. Most of the time when I follow the stats for shiny hunting, I'll get something after so long, even if it takes like 12 hours. But right now the game is kind of being spiteful. Ugh. Like, I don't know, this makes me seriously wonder what the fuck is going on in this game, because I've played this enough to know that the shiny that I'm after should be the one that's getting the highest chance of being a shiny spawn, since it's spawning more than anything else, and yet that has absolutely not happened somehow. It's like the game is screwing with me by spawning literally everything else as shiny. I think the only thing in this area besides Kadabra and Abra that hasn't spawned as a shiny would be the Porygon and the... Actually, not the Porygon. I've already said... I don't mean the Porygon, actually. The Porygon spawned shiny like twice, but the Vulpix and also... Let's see, what else is there? I haven't seen a Pidgeot yet, but I don't want a Pidgeot either, because I've already got one, and also... There haven't been any of the legendary birds, but that's something that I wasn't expecting to happen in the first place. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna give this a little bit longer, and the fact that I'm gonna do 10 times on like what I've been doing before at the door resets, like I'd end off with a few extras, but if it doesn't spawn in one of these door resets, this is the end of the shiny hunt. There's number 1. I'm waiting for everything to spawn before I go back in the door. Nothing there. Here we go. Something tells me this is just going to be a waste of time and completely disappointing, but I mean, I'm holding out hope that maybe, just maybe, something will happen. Something's... and excuse me, I mean, say that there's a better chance that, like, nothing is going to happen at all, though. This game is actually... been worse on this one shiny hunt stream to me than it ever has before. Like, I've never had this awful of shiny luck with, like, a target. I keep jumping down by accident, but whatever. I don't think I saw any, like, enough to go back in, but the spawns are being really slow right now. I think I've got... Okay, now they're all spawned. Keep trying, I'm not gonna give up yet. I got 8-ish more. Third spawn. I'm not even sure what to say right now. I'm just speechless. This is legitimately fucking bizarre. What the fuck? Okay. 4th. This isn't gonna go anywhere. I can already tell. This is actually completely awful. I just fucking wasted 4 days without anything happening. There's the 5th set of spawns. I fucking hate you, game. You treated me like garbage over the case of 4 days. Give me a second. Actually, I was meaning to move to another area really quick and test something, but hopefully this won't take too long. Let's go check the other spot where Kadabra spawns. I really, really want something to happen, but I know this game is just not willing to budge. In fact, I think I remember coming here and the spawns for Kadabra were like even lower than they were in the other area, so it was just not really any point. Yeah. That's about what happened last time. Literally just one Kadabra spawned. gonna mess around with it like for 3 spawns here before I leave this area and see if I can maybe potentially see a bit extra on this, but I don't think it's gonna spawn very many, if any at all. It spawned 2 that time. I don't think this area is any better. In fact, it's probably worse since the other area has the door, but still. I don't know anymore. This is the same area I spotted that shiny one in, but I know that the other spot could spawn it too, but for some reason it hasn't. Actually, wait a I'm gonna do one more lure, but I wonder about something. I didn't try going towards the town to see if it despawned the Pokemon over here yet. I don't think that'd be any faster, but I mean, it might be. I didn't even get a Kadabra that time. Fucking amazing. Hey, Kato Happy. Yeah, you came at a less than great time, actually. I've been attempting this shiny hunt for multiple days, and I've just given up hope at this point because nothing's happened after being the 4th day of me trying this. Yeah, there's not going to be anything. I've given up after being screwed over by the game multiple times in a row. This sucks. This is just lame. Alright, let's try this before we completely stop. I can't tell. I think that was a new set of spawns, actually. Let me see. Actually... yeah, it was. Okay. Do I have my lure active, though? Let me see. Yeah, I do. And this seems to spawn less, though. It's like a chance it'll spawn one of them. Yeah, this isn't looking any better, to be honest. This is looking about the same, if not worse, than the other area. Okay, I was gonna do 10 door resets and do like the extra 5, but I've wasted a lot of time, so we'll just do like 2 to 3 more. I have absolutely just got to the point where I don't care anymore about trying, because I have wasted so many hours. The game has legitimately just screwed me over, or like constantly, and not given me anything back in return. I can't turn the game off without losing my chain, but I have actually lost the willpower to keep going. I have probably played Pokemon for like 3 to 4 months doing shiny hunting, and streamed it more than any other game. I didn't really intend to, because my shiny hunts weren't going very well. Especially that Applin shiny hunt. So I am so fed up with Pokemon right now that I don't even care about my living dex at the moment. I'm ready to just turn the game off and be out of this and not even think about this for a while. This has actually like made me more angry with this game than I've ever been, I think. I don't think I've ever had an experience this bad with this game. Only thing I can remember being near as soul-crushing was my Lapras shiny hunt. Okay, I did about 2. I'll do 1 more, but there's not going to be anything at this rate. I have tried, after a near 20 hours or more, this is just proving to not go anywhere. Something is wrong with the shiny hunt. You don't see a shiny hunt where there's like 7 or 8 shinies that spawn that are completely different from your target Pokemon, unless the game is like intentionally trying to make the shiny hunt hell on you. Like, I have seen more Rattata and Raticate than anything. Like, I am sick and tired of this, and I'm done. I don't want to put up with this right now. I don't even care about logging on for the fossils the moment right now because I have just like had enough. I'm closing the game. I can't do this right now. When I get a good amount of time away from the game, then I'll come back to it when I'm ready. Maybe in June, maybe in July. I am not going to be jumping back in after getting screwed over for 4 days, though. I need a little bit of a break from this game. That was miserable. I've been working on that shiny living dex for like well over a year, and by the time it'll turn November, it'll be 2 years. But I am getting a little bit pissed off how the hunts are getting increasingly longer. Okay, I'm done for tonight. I can't even bear to think about playing another game right now, so I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow or not. I'll be back sometime soon with Animal Crossing. Bye, everybody. Hope you have a good night.